Kenya Kwanza. Oh, sorry. We have, is EACC here yet? EACC, and then of course, Edward Ouko, former Auditor General, then KK. You'll be patient, we'll be very fast. EACC, we are giving you exactly 20 minutes because we have about 15, 20 more teams in the line. Yeah.
It's very good to see you, Bishop Ogide and your team. Very, always good to see you.
Thank you.
You recall I got into a lot of trouble when I attended your ordination one time as bishop. But that is history. We have Honorable Catherine Wabilianga, Senator Hassan Omar, Aaron Cheruiyot, the majority leader in the Senate. We have there Senator Omgen, Senator Fonyamira, Honorable Amina Mnyazi, member for Malindi. We have a party leader here, Eugene Wamalwa, a party leader of DAP and also a member of the committee. And then we have Honorable Opio Wandai, who is also the deputy minority leader in the National Assembly. Governor Cicely has just walked out, but she is with us, representing Honorable Kimani Chungwa. So please introduce your team and get on with it.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and Chairs and members of the committee. We are truly grateful for giving us a chance to come and make a presentation on matters that are related to our area of jurisdiction. With me is our CEO, Twalib Mbarak, who is seated right here. I also have our Director for Legal Services, Mr. David To, who is here, and also Mr. Stephen Karuga, on far left, is also a Senior Legal Officer and PA to CEO. Chair and honorable members, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission is a commission that is established under Section 3 of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act, pursuant to Article 79 of the Constitution of Kenya. The general mandate of the Commission is to ensure compliance with and enforcement of the provisions of Chapter 6 of the Constitution. Specifically, the Commission combats and prevents corruption, economic crime, and unethical conduct in Kenya through law enforcement, prevention, public education, and promotion of standards and practices of integrity, ethics, and anti-corruption. Being a commission established pursuant to the Constitution and being vested with the status and powers of a commission under Chapter 15, EACC is duty-bound to protect and to promote the Constitution. Of particular interest to the Commission is the protection and promotion of good governance, integrity, transparency, and accountability, being part of our national values and principles of governance as espoused under Article 10, and the guiding principles of leadership and integrity under Article 73(2) of our Constitution. In our presentation today, we will confine ourselves to 5 issues that are related to strengthening the legal and operational framework for enhancing integrity and combating corruption, as has been the cry of the people of Kenya for a very long time. We will not take very long because we'll give a very quick overview on these matters, but eventually we hope we can give a more detailed presentation. So allow me at this point to invite our CEO, Mr. Twalib Mbarak, to make a presentation on our specific issues of concern. Thank you, chairs and honorable members.
Honorable chairs, members of the National Dialogue Committee. I have to make sure that I read there so that I don't go wrong. Chairs, one thing that I would like to start before I go to the 5 main points is that one scholar noted that around the world, corruption has become a primary mechanism by which power and politics functions. And that is why you find the Americans, we started the campaign and formed the anti-corruption body in 1999. The Americans in 2022, they have classified corruption as a threat to national security, and they have come with a strategic concept on how to deal with corruption. The first issue that I would like to talk about, chairs and members, is the appointment of persons to state and public offices. The constitutional threshold for appointment of persons to state and public offices is based on the guiding principle of leadership and integrity under Article 73(2), which includes 1, selection on the basis of personal integrity, competence and suitability, or election of free and fair elections. 2, objectivity and impartiality in decision-making, and in ensuring that decisions are not influenced by nepotism, favoritism, other improper motives, or corrupt practices. 3rd, selfless service based solely on the public interest, which must be demonstrated by honesty in the execution of public duties and declaration of any personal interest that may conflict with the public duties. 4, accountability to the public for decisions and actions. And finally, discipline and commitment in the service to the people. What we have observed, chairs and members, is that persons with integrity issues in this country have been cleared to run for elections or appointed to state and public offices, contrary to the provision of Chapter 6 of the Constitution, and this has become one of the main factors that breeds corruption and impunity and poor governance. EACC proposes an enhancement of procedures and mechanisms for vetting of persons for election and appointment to both state and public offices, and we believe this will entail amendment of the Leadership and Integrity Act of 2012 for the effective administration of Chapter 6 of the Constitution, which will ensure selection on the basis of competence, suitability, and personal integrity. I think we are one of the very few countries in the world where you have people holding senior positions, and some of them have even murder charges. That's something that needs to be addressed. Chairs and members, the second issue is about electoral justice and related matters. What has been observed is that in many developing countries, politics has become an engine and corruption is the fuel to politics. And Kenya is not exempted to this. It's one way or another, it's one feeds the other one. The politics feeds corruption and the corruption feeds the politics. I can see Senator Hassan is a little bit surprised. Maybe, sir, at a later stage. Because
you have to avoid those grimaces by Senator Omar. He's quite good at it, so it can be very intimidating. Just get on with it.
Sorry, Chair. So we are talking about campaign financing, chairs and members, and based on EACC annual corruption perception survey, it is noted that there are increased incidences of corruption during election years in the form of embezzlement, fraud, bribery, misuse of public service and resources. Chairs and members, the observation by this commission is that increased incidents of corruption can be attributed to campaign financing, public resources, such as motor vehicle, staff that have been used irregularly to support aspirants serving in the public position. The Commission recommends operationalization of the Election Campaign Finance Act of 2013 and a radical change of the political culture where handouts and bribery become the source of winning elections. Because what we noted, chairs and members, is that especially if you look at county level, you'll get a governor who will tell you openly that I have used this amount of money for campaign. And once these governors occupy those good offices, I think you can see it practically that the priority is to start recouping what they have spent in a wrong way, not in the right way. So the other issue is about constitutional safeguards under Article 99 and 193. And the Constitution provides safeguards under Article 99.3 and 193.3 on presumption of innocence. And our observation as a commission is that state and public officials implicated in corruption and unethical conduct continue to hold office until all possibility of appeal or review are exhausted. These are very controversial issue, but as EACC, we believe that there is need for the Constitution. EACC recommend that the Constitution in Article 99.3 and 193.3 be amended so that persons who have been convicted remain disqualified from vying for electoral office until the conviction is set aside by an appellate court. Then the third issue here, we are talking about devolved government. Since the 2010 Constitution, chairs and members, there's two systems of government, that is the national government and the county government. We have been seeing a lot of issues to deal with corruption on governance at the county level, and we believe that county governors exercise executive powers without commensurate accountability. We have many people in the regions who like to occupy certain positions in counties because they are qualified, and most of them are unwilling to go and serve in the counties because many counties operate like sultans or chiefdoms. Because unlike in the national government, where for you to be dismissed, there's a very elaborate laid-down mechanism for a public servant to lose his job. In the counties, it is very easy. If the governor is not, it doesn't like you as a result of certain interest, arbitrarily he can sack you. So these are some of the things that EACC notes, that most instances of corruption in the county governments are instigated by governors through fears and proxies, yet they remain the principal beneficiaries, but you find there is a loophole in law, you are not able to pick them directly. Whereas the accounting officers, who are mainly chief officers, are held responsible, and the principal beneficiaries, that is the governors, often escape the responsibility and accountability. EACC proposes a legislative amendment to hold governors accountable for corruption within the counties. This will ensure that there's continuous scrutiny of the governors in management of public resources. And chairs and members, let me divert a little bit on this. There was a submission yesterday that governors should be given immunity for a certain number of years because they are setting the Bomas to be in place properly. So I think lifting of that immunity may be suicidal. Oh yeah, that's what it means actually. I'm a layman, I'm not a lawyer, but I think that kind of request, it will create more chaos than accountability, because what they are telling us is that they are ready for responsibility, but they are not ready for accountability. And we say that responsibility minus accountability is equal to corruption. So what the EACC is proposing is that EACC proposes legislative amendments to hold the governors accountable for corruption within all counties at the same time that they take oath of office. No grace period for impunity. They will ensure this will ensure a continuous scrutiny of governors in management of public resources. Then we are talking of budgetary autonomy. Chairs and members, the unique operation of constitutional agencies within the criminal justice sector demand that budgetary allocation and disbursement be guaranteed without undue interference and bureaucracy. And the observation by this commission is that we have noted delayed in disbursement of budgetary allocation, thereby hampering effective discharge of a constitutional mandate. Chairs and members, I know I've been given 20 minutes, but if I can be allowed, I'll just try to expound on this. A classical example, imagine you are EACC and you are investigating the CS Treasury or the PS Treasury. And there's no secrecy. You will get a win that you are investigating him. And you submit, maybe you want supplementary budget. That guy will naturally be hostile. And we have that experience in the previous regime where top guys in Treasury realized that we're investigating them and they decided to starve us. So EACC has noted, so what we are proposing is that we need a legislative amendment to guarantee operational independence and ensuring that adequate budgetary allocation and timely disbursement of effective discharge of our constitutional mandate is done. And this is not only to EACC. We are talking of EACC, we are talking of ODPP, and we are talking of Judiciary. Because you can take care of EACC, and if you're not taking of the ODPP, our files will get stuck there. If you're not taking of Judiciary, the same problem will happen. So we need that constitutional sort of discharge, freedom, whereby this organization, there's a way that their budget is discussed. And I'm not saying that we are trying to run away from accountability. We are just trying to run away from realistic obstacles. We are all human beings. And the last one that we need to present in this committee is the strengthening of the capacity in terms of financial and human resource for all actors of the criminal justice system, that is the ODPP, EACC, IBC, and Judiciary, and this will enable the actors to effectively and efficiently address the various election issues of concern which are within our respective mandate. What we are saying here is that if you look at the EACC right now, 4 years ago, we took our structure to the Public Service Commission. It was approved. We are supposed to be about 1,550 staff. Up to now, chairpersons and members, we are still at 790 because the budget allocation is not increased at all. So out of that, we are having a lot of challenges, and the same problem happens to ODPP and the Judiciary. So we are also talking of, and this is very important, the last point, this is about separation of statutory mandate for agencies on corruption, economic crime, and unethical conduct. And here we are talking about EACC, DCI, ARA, to avoid duplicity role. We saw it in the last government that the mandate of the EACC was more being divorced and passed to other agencies. And out of that, all of us saw the consequences of that. So if you look at the Constitution, it says clearly that Parliament will establish an anti-corruption body. When you talk like that, it is known that there's DCI and there are other agencies. So we are the specialists in the anti-corruption activities, and we think that there need to be a very clear division, because if you go to our the other colleagues, they will tell you in the Constitution, one of our mandate is to fight crime. Who told you corruption is not a crime? And then we are in a dilemma there. Now we start having sibling rivalry. Those are things that need to be very, very clear. Very clear. And we also saw the abuse where other agencies had some corruption cases, and when there was a change of regime, these cases were collapsing because there was an element that these cases were more of political vendetta than a professional approach to the fight against corruption. The last one is about, I'm sorry, this one will touch on the senators and members of parliament, and I beg to apologize in advance.
You don't need to make any apologies, Mr. Talib.
Chairs.
He did, on a light note, you didn't apologize for mentioning governors. And I was seated right here. So you need not apologize for MPs.
I have no apology for governors.
And also for MPs, kindly.
I have no apology for governors because that's the reality on the ground. The issue of addressing of conflict of interest arising from members of oversight committees of parliament who are under scrutiny by law enforcement agencies. Let me elaborate on that. Chairs, you appear before a committee either in Senate or in the National Assembly, and when you appear there, out of the, let's say, 14 members, 3 of them have issues with you at the commission. So these people pre-arrange themselves because they know there's parliamentary immunity, and you go there as a very subdued person, and the first question you may be asked, maybe you have been summoned to come and explain about a certain project that is stuck. Then from nowhere you get a member of parliament, he starts by asking you, how did you buy that building at Integrity Center? It's not in the agenda. Then the other one tells you, but you're being given a lot of money. Where is this money going to? And you can tell very well, this is just vendetta because these guys have got issues with us. They have files with us. Some of them we have taken the files to ODPP, and then you remain helpless because you have to observe the respect and the rules of this parliamentary committee. So we feel, I can see Senator Cherege is, Senator Cheriot is to smile about that issue. I think, Chair, we need to have laws whereby when we are summoned by this committee, the Commission can write to the Clerk of the National Assembly that these committee members, A, B, C, D, we have issues with him here. In a very civilized way, he should be exempted not to appear before that committee. Because we are having a lot of problems and we are not able to talk in the open that we mheshimiwa wako na maneno kwetu. Iko file hata inaenda kwa DPP ama imeenda. So you just stay there as a lame duck. You are being abused, you are being harassed, and you keep quiet. And you know, some of us, we are from the military background. We just say, yes, sir, yes, sir. Yes, sir, we've kabisa hii tumeona kabisa tutatengeneza. And you leave, but you know there's a problem. So please, this committee, try to look into that issue because it may be cutting across other agencies, not only EACC. And it becomes a problem. You cannot tell that guy in front of you, in front of the media, that I think you are harassing me because you have a case with us. It will look very disrespectful. But there should be a mechanism where those agencies can write to the Clerk of the National Assembly or the Senate that we are appearing on this date, but so-and-so has got an issue with us. We may not elaborate, just say he has an issue with us, so-and-so, kindly he should be exempted from participating in that forum. That will help us a lot. So that is the last point that we had, and we are requesting the chairs that we present a detailed memorandum since time allocated is very limited. And we once again would like to thank you for giving us this opportunity to present our case. Thank you, sir.
Well, I thank you. We thank you for that presentation. Indeed, you're quite right. We think this is a very thin memorandum. And yet the work you're doing is so key to the well-being and the future of this country. You have been very bold when you started by saying there are persons holding public office who should not. And there's precious little you can do because of that presumption of innocence in law, that every person is found to be innocent until they are proven guilty. Had we, as a country, achieved clarity on that issue, we'll be very far away. My first question is, your own officers, you seem to be very clear on what the governors have been able to do or not been able to do, because they are not accounting officers, and therefore get away, get other people to be sacrificial lambs. But it has also been reported your own officers go out to the counties. And the first thing that happens is the people who are supposed to fight against corruption get compromised. I'm sure you may have had reports to that effect, where your own people, and before you even want to get full staff complement, 790 of those senior people, I think are quite a number. If they are effective, if 100 of them are effective, we will change the governance structure in this country. Or indeed, the results. When they say corruption fights back, and all of that. So where you make recommendations, Talib, that certain regulations need to be done, Commission recommends this and the other, I think you do need to give us specific proposals on which aspects. For example, the Election Campaign Financing Act, unless you have stolen in this country, you have no hope of winning an election. That is my own, I put it to you, and prove me wrong, that unless you steal and steal big, you cannot win an election in Kenya. You may disagree with that proposal, okay? And because that is a perception. And again, you talked about the last regime, even the current regime where we are told that you are used as a weapon. You weaponize EACC. Are you therefore independent? I want to get that from you, because I'll give you a classic example. A senior member of Azimio coalition is called and sent out there. We get Martha Karua, who was a who was the running mate to Raila Odinga, comes in. She's senior counsel. She's not even allowed entry to Integrity House. And by the way, Integrity House, I'm sure you know, but Nathalie has his own history, okay, which is really founded on deep corruption. I would have expected they would have moved out of Integrity House and look for another building. Look at the history of that building. But I want to commend you for being bold. But let us have specific aspects of legislation that you'd want worked on. And then, if you can be independent, this country will make progress. And that's why, and I saw Bishop Oginda there as your chair, sometimes I pity him. As I did pity his predecessor. Because the moment you're appointed there from the faith community, you're seen, the first perception within the first few years is you've already been swallowed up. You lose your ethos. And so, corruption is our problem. The elephant in the room in this country is corruption. And if we have men and women committed to do something about it, we'll make progress. But we thank you for honoring us by coming to present, but you allow my other colleagues to put one or two issues before you.
Mine will be two questions. I'm persuaded that there is a measure of independence in the EACC when DCI was evidently weaponized against our coalition that time. EACC remained fairly independent and fairly professional. But we need now very specific proposals as to how you delineate the mandate of the DCI and the mandate of the EACC when it comes to matters corruption, so that then there is no, that crime-fighting architecture also is not interrupted drastically, and that when one is not investigated for corruption, the other one then is not also doing it, and therefore the war on corruption loses there. My second question, Kenyans expect convictions. The measure of Kenyans in terms of the fight against corruption is convictions. A lot of the high-profile cases have not secured any convictions. I don't want you to blame the judiciary or the DPP. What is your measure internally as EACC, as saying that this is what you are doing for us to justify the continued existence of EACC as a crime buster or a corruption fighter?
Okay. I'm going to be very, very brief. First, thank you very much. And I must commend the EACC, especially under your leadership, when a CEO. Done fairly well. On the issue raised about intimidation by parliamentary committees, I don't think you require any law or any legal framework to voice your concerns about the presence of any particular member in a committee proceeding if the member is in any way under investigation by yourselves. You just need to be bold and write to the speaker and tell him, I'm coming before this committee, but so and so, who are members, are under active investigation by a committee, by my commission. That should not require a law at all. And I hope I didn't intimidate you when I was chairing PSC for 5 years. Okay, I have no issue with you. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. I really must say that I'm happy with the presentation that you've made as EACC. And I like the idea of making sure that EACC runs as a professional commission. And seeing what happened in the last term, I'm happy you are able to rise above political intimidation and you did the right thing. I also must say it is true there are issues at county, and I'm in total agreement with you. I'm only saying if you come up with a law where you're making governors directly accountable to all corruption in the county, then for sure no governor will survive. Because if a cleaner steals, if a director steals, if a nurse steals medicine, if a doctor does something else, then it all boils back to the governor. I think you're also being extremely hard on governors. You also must admit that there's corruption in the county that has nothing to do with the governor. And just like there's corruption in the national government that has nothing to do with a minister or a PS or the president for that matter. So while I can see you're extremely unhappy with the corruption at the county level, don't make a blanket condemnation and you want to kill us all because there's corruption at the county. Just do the fair thing. Be just, be fair, and come up with a law that protects and also leaves everybody answerable. Otherwise, you may actually end up with no governor at all. Not because the governors are corrupt, but because the officers have decided, since the governor is the one answerable, let's do this thing, we are safe. So be careful. Be careful.
Let's answer those questions. Sorry. Honorable Geni, 1 minute, please.
Chair, first, I'm happy to see the team from EACC. I confess that I worked with the CEO, then a very junior officer at EACC. He left and then came back as a very senior person at EACC. Okay, as a senior officer. And I also worked with Limo, but I don't think I worked with Karuga. I was not there then. So where you are sitting, Bishop Oginde, I once occupied that seat. And we were pregnant with expectation. We are the ones who fought and midwifed EACC to be entrenched in the Constitution during the enactment of the 2010 Constitution. And the hope of Kenyans was that once you are entrenched in the Constitution, we'll see conviction of the big fish. But it's 12 years now. We don't have any CS who has been convicted, no governor, no high-ranking officer who has been convicted. I've said convicted. You may have charged them in court, but we don't have a conviction as yet. And before I make my question, I agree fully with the concerns of the former vice president. We had all the good intentions then. When the act was being enacted in 2011, we fought for EACC to be devolved. But the problem I want, Chairman, you to ponder is that your officers are getting cozy with the people they are supposed to investigate at county level. They are actually in bed with the people they are supposed to investigate. We have your officer attached to our watchdog committees. It's a problem. I was sent by EACC then to Serious Fraud Office in the UK. They take only high-level corruption, very few. I went to the Scorpions in South Africa, EFC, Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, Nigeria. They concentrate on high-level corruption. The rest of these cases you can leave to the police. So as you plan on your strategic objectives, maybe consider that you need to rethink that strategy of having your officers at the counties. Now, my question is, we want to see quick response to issues of corruption so that there is deterrence. I'll give you an example of an incident I saw in my county of Nyamira, where the governor says he was duped to launch boxes in the pretext that it was medicine. And he made a confession, those were empty boxes. He launched them, he confessed to the media. It's been a month. We have not seen any action from EACC. I mean, how long does it take for EACC to respond to such crime that is so glaring, that is so sensitive? Somebody is colluding to sell oxygen, empty boxes to a county, and there's a confession. So how long do you take in your strategy to quickly respond to some of these corruption issues? The second one, we don't want you to mourn or to write the book of lamentations. Because you are now in the Constitution. You are entrenched in the Constitution. You enjoy security of tenure. And we expect you to deal with all these issues of leadership, like the officers you mentioned, high-ranking officers facing murder charges, being appointed into government. What have you done? Why haven't you agitated? Why haven't you come out? We are politicians. We may not talk. We'll be told we are taking sides. But why can't you come out and talk about these things? I saw a CS dishing letters of employment in a funeral. You saw the clip. What have you done as EACC? You saw it. So, Bwana CEO, we support your work. We want corruption to be reduced. You may not eradicate it, but please, can you be in the forefront? Can you do more? Can you fight this vice with more courage? Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll allow you to respond. Maybe 3 minutes.
Yes, please,
yeah. Kindly proceed.
Yes.
Try.
Thank you, chairs and members of the committee for those very good observations. Let me start by talking about weaponization of EACC, or the alleged weaponization. In the short time that I've been in the commission, I have been very keen, because from the outside that may be perception, very keen to find out how the commission works. I have met personally with each and every member of staff in the commission, except a few who are in the region. And I'm going around the regions. And I can tell you that sitting in the seat where I'm seated as chair and receiving the reports of the various cases that we have a team of young men and women, and I say young perhaps because I am old, but the majority of our staff are very young men and women of this country who believe in this country. And the work that they are doing is exemplary. So what comes out very clearly is that we do our work in a very objective manner. The cases that we deal with go through a lot of processes, and one of these days you would be privileged to come so that we can take you through the process that we follow before a case is forwarded to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution. And it is a very rigorous process. We do our own internal audit on each of the cases. If you check very keenly, most of the cases that we forward to the ODPP rarely fail or are withdrawn or dropped. And this is because of the kind of work that is done. The apparent appearance of weaponization, if I take a case on point, like the recent case which I think has been referred to here, of one of the governors who was summoned to EACC offices for former governor, rather, in EACC for probing and investigation and interrogation. The party to which this former governor belongs came out in full force, alleging that this was politicization and weaponization of EACC. As we speak now, we have just concluded our investigations on this particular person. We have forwarded that file to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution for further action. We cannot do that unless there is evidence of wrongdoing. And we are going to follow this same method because we have a systematic way of doing things because of the low capacity that we have, both in terms of personnel and also in terms of finances. So we cannot pursue all the cases that we want to pursue, that which also answers the question of how long does it take. We have 11 regional offices across the country, covering 47 counties. I've just come from Isiolo this last week. They cover 5 counties, very vast. in order for these people to do the kind of task that they need to do, it requires a lot of resources, time, and so on. So this is why we are asking that our capacity be increased so that we can act as quickly as possible on the cases that come up. Thirdly, as I close and hand over to the CEO to answer some of the other questions, you'll find that our mandate, unlike what Honorable Mgeni raised in other jurisdictions, we are supposed to respond to all kinds of corruption cases and bribery cases. We receive thousands of reports from Kenyans who have witnessed incidences. This can range from a person, I have given this example before, immediately arrived in office, somebody sent an email because a chief had demanded 200 shillings from them, and they wanted EACC to act quickly. 2 weeks later, before we didn't reply, they sent a reminder. We have not seen any action taken on this chief who has taken 200 shillings. Now, 200 shillings for us is very small, but for this person to write, it is a very significant amount of money for them. On the other hand, we are dealing with cases where people have embezzled 8 billion shillings, some 50 billion shillings. So this is the scope that we have. It therefore requires that we focus, and we have focused our attention on high-impact cases and on high-impact individuals. That's why sometimes you do not see the quick responses to some of the incidences as we would expect from us as an office. But our mandate is very broad and very widespread. Let me allow CEO to answer the more specific questions.
Thank you. Mwana CEO.
Thank you, sir. I think first I would like to blow my own trumpet. I have served in this government as a public officer for 40 years. So I'm relatively a seasoned public officer. 40 years, this is somebody who is now aging, going to the next stage of physiology, every time attending to a doctor and all that. I want to talk about the integrity of our officers. It started with the chairman who has left, the Honorable Musyoka. My former colleague in the Kenyan Corruption Commission, Honorable Omogeni, we were together, and I can tell you that most of those guys who people say are extorting as EACC officers are conmen. Most of them. And I can give an example. I will not mention names. One MP came furious to my office saying there is a senior officer in the regions who is taking money, and she wants to report. It was a lady MP. And she came with another MP who used to be a member of JLAC. Said, come to my office. They came, they gave the story, and I asked for the name of that person and the telephone number. So we went to I immediately, you with smartphone, you key in first name in the mailbox. There's no such a person. Immediately I called the HR. Do we have such a staff? No. The MP was dealing with a conman. That is what is happening. They are very smart. They have business card. There is even one conman that we arrested, and he told us openly he is a professional conman. His children are in school, even university, and he's making good money. And even if we release him, he will go back to be a conman. And he said openly that he's a university graduate, desperate, looking for employment. He cannot get employment. So most of these guys purporting to be EACC officers are conmen. And we tell people, if somebody says that he's an EACC officer, check with us. Or normally we say, we write an official letter to you, and we tell you, so and so and so and so will come and see you, because we don't allow one officer to do investigation. If somebody says this person has taken bribe, it becomes difficult to confirm who is right and who is wrong. So our process is that investigation should be done by 2 people and above. The issue that was raised by Senator Omar on conviction, I'm surprised because we don't convict. We take people we take our files to the DPP, and the DPP is the one who prosecutes, and then there's conviction. So when the case is with the DPP, it is beyond our control, Senator Omar. We cannot determine the time, and it is out of this, I want to answer another question. Senator Omogeni asked us that we have not jailed or convicted senior people. We have 9 cases of governors before court, starting with Governor Sonko, Governor Obado. I think if you look at the hierarchy, political hierarchy of this country, I'm not wrong, but if I'm wrong, I may be corrected. I think after the president and the deputy president, a governor is a very senior person, I think third in the system. So when we have 9 governors we have charged, 21 governors we are investigating, and people are saying you are still not pursuing the right people, I think there's a problem. Secondly, some of the questions that you have raised here, I have seen they are laced with political sensationalism, connotation. And I cannot blame you because I know you are politicians, but I have to answer you as an executive officer who I will never dwell into politics in my life. The issue being raised that we take sides, there was a change of government, and we saw which cases collapses. And I keep on telling everybody, show me one case from EACC that collapsed because it had a political so-called victimization. So also there was this question that we have 700 staff, we can cover the whole country. Those 700 staff include drivers, include secretaries, include HR people. We actually have about 230 investigators. And I'll give another example that the chairman has also mentioned. Let's take my Mombasa office. Mombasa office covers Kwale, Taita Taveta, Mombasa, and the port. We have only 5 investigators in Mombasa office. People bringing question of 500 bob, 100 bob, 1 million, all those cases. And we don't have the capacity, we prioritize. And we have talked about amendment of the law, that the law right now says that anybody reporting a corruption case, we must deal with it. And this is what the chairman was talking about. Mtu ameambiwa itete 200, anasema kesi yangu imefika wapi. Senator Mogeni said he went to the serious fraud office. I also went to the serious fraud office. And just for your information, you've talked about the South African Anti-Corruption Agency. They are now taking us to give them classes on asset recovery. Because in sub-Saharan Africa, they have established that if there's any agency, anti-corruption agency that is good in asset tracing and asset recovery, is EACC. We are going for that to give that training. We'll run it. We are giving support to the DRC. We are giving support to Mozambique and Sierra Leone. So we are a reputable, respected organization. And somebody has said that he has given us the work and we are not performing. I have always argued that whoever thinks that corruption will be fully addressed by an agency, one agency, is very wrong. Corruption must be addressed in threefold. We must address our political culture. The previous chair said that if you don't have money, you cannot contest. It's subject to argument. It's subject to argument. It's just like this argument where people say.
Now conclude, please.
Yeah. It's just like this argument. People say poverty breeds crime. But kwa tugulamu kule watu maskini na hawaibi. So others will tell you it's the culture. It's not about poverty. So it's subject to argument. So what we are saying is that the issue of the issue of fighting corruption, we must address the political culture. It must be a clean political culture. Then we must have the public that is self-abhor corruption. There was a time in this country, people used to address policemen taking bribes. Now, here you find policemen all over with big stomachs collecting bribes all over the places. And when you ask them, in that matatu that is giving bribe, there's a senior civil servant, there's a professor. Why can't they tell the driver, if you give this man bribe, we are going to report you? So we are talking of a collective approach in the fight against corruption. Then last bit is about the agencies and the executive. We need a well-equipped EACC, well-equipped police, well-equipped ODPP, a judiciary that is well-funded. Right now we have 9 cases of governors. We don't know when they're going to end. We have cases in anti-corruption that are as old as 15 years old. Before I left for Kenyan, cases were there. Up to now, I'm a CEO waiting for the next 1 year to go. those cases have not been concluded. So let us not look at bashing at EACC. Let us reason in a very strategic way in how we can address this problem of corruption.
Thank you.
As much as I've talked about all other issues, to conclude, Governor, we agree with you. We are not against the governors, but I know you are one of those good governors in this country, and I have not said that all governors are bad. There are some governors, quite a number of them are good, but also we have some that are not very pleasant. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Sorry, before you go, please, if you want this to be useful, delineate statutory mandates. Can you tell us what should be for EACC?
Through the chair, Senator, because I just denied Amina a chance. Then you spoke,
my apologies.
and she's wondering why.
My apologies. I just wanted them to clarify how to.
That is corruption, you know.
I apologize, Chair, but my neighbor has given information. I just wanted you know, if you make this blanket statement, I agree there is duplicity of roles. Can you tell us what EACC should handle, what DCI should handle, what ARA should handle?
Yeah, in their detailed memo. Yeah,
So
let's leave it there. Thank you. I'm sure you've heard. And let's allow the former Auditor General to take the seat. Thank you very much, EACC. Tumeshukuru.
Chair, does it mean KNCHR did not come? No, there's a problem in that commission then. I used to be there. Imagine, KNCHR has not come.
Mr. Uko, welcome. You had introductions. You want to repeat introductions, and we know you. Just go to the point. Yes, just proceed, please.
Thank you, chairs and members of this honorable committee. And I must say that I'm honored to appear before you, given that I'm actually a former. But being a former, then I can also speak freely and speak my mind. Now, I'll speak on electoral justice. I will speak on outstanding constitutional matters, mainly on issues which may touch on counties. And then I will speak on outstanding matters on what we call adequate checks and balances. And then I'll finish up with what the implications for all these for the Office of the Auditor General. Chair, on electoral justice, I would like the committee to know that in February 2014, by the way, I hope my submission has been given. So, good.
We have it. Proceed.
Very good. The National Assembly, through a resolution of the House, established a working group that was established by the then chair of the Budget and Appropriation Committee, Honorable Mtava Musyimi, to carry out socio-economic audit of the Constitution 2010 of Kenya. Under the auspices of my then office, I had the honor to chair a group of eminent professional Kenyans who were experts in various fields, some of whom have made some presentations here. However, views I am expressing are purely personal and not of the working group. Our electoral system, our political environment, as has been recognized by the EACC, to my view, is a bedrock of corruption in Kenya. And as head of state and government, a president can have control over program and activities of parliament and many other public appointments. Presidential powers has been used through successive regimes to exclude and marginalize people on the basis of ethno-geographical considerations. State resources and opportunities could be disproportionately directed to favored regions of successive presidents in what one can describe as rigged development. We need to revisit our current system, presidential, some say, versus parliamentary systems of government. In my view, election of president and governors on one man, one vote is a source of expensive election and corrupt practices, skewed patronage, and payback expectations in public appointments. Staggering of elections will be costlier more than the current system. No need to stagger if we can perfect and learn from the acquired lessons so far, as well as devolving IBC and going away from electing, especially governors, on one man, one vote. So that was my submission on electoral justice. On outstanding constitutional matter, arguably the current size and numbers of counties set at 47 has helped address some of the real and perceived grievances of economic and political marginalization among smaller communities who now have control over powers and resources to the county level. Reducing the counties to regional levels would mean that only a fewer of the larger communities would dominate at the regional level. While there could be certain advantages in reducing or increasing the size or numbers of counties, the solution lies in ensuring that the existing structures are utilized optimally towards the realization of the stated objectives of devolved government. We must capacitate the 47 counties. No need of new counties. We just have to ensure that we timely release the funds. On issues of adequate checks and balances, the Constitution foresaw adequate checks and balances, namely the legislature, judiciary, executive, recognizing an independent office of the Auditor General as in other countries. The Kenyan Constitution is unique in having an independent office of control of budget. In my view, the Kenyans foresaw the potential of national government competing with counties in available funds, hence the need for an independent budget office that ideally would have taken over the exchequer once the president would have assented to the budget. This would have ensured that the 15% of the available liquidity revenue would be for the counties and not left to the National Treasury to determine, i.e. the control of the budget would be the independent arbiter in allocating available funding. Both Articles 201B subsection 2 and 202 subsection 1 establish the principle that revenue raised nationally shall be shared equitably among the national and county government, and hence this was the idea I believe the Kenyans wanted in appointing an independent controller of the budget. Now, coming to the office of the Auditor General, if Kenya were to be a company, irrespective of the three arms of government, the Kenyan governance would not pass international recognition without an independent office of the Auditor General. Associations of Auditor Generals is one that is recognized at the UN as INTOSAI, notably the International Organization of Supreme Audit Institution. Kenya can do away with certain Chapter 15 institutions, but not the Office of the Auditor General. Indeed, UN Resolution A66209, to which Kenya is a signatory, highlights the importance of independent and effective Office of the Auditor General for improved governance, as well as promoting the efficiency, accountability, effectiveness, and transparency of public administration and strengthening the institutions. It is very important that the independence of this office be ensured given endemic corruption in many African countries, including Kenya. For the Office of the Auditor General to be independent, it will depend on the person of the Auditor General. I repeat, on the person of the Auditor General. While in office, the independence of that person is ensured by provision of good salary, security, and other amenities, recognizing that the responsibility is full-time and the person cannot engage in side business as many other Kenyans. However, what good would it serve for the person to be truly independent when after leaving the office, the security is removed, no pension, no medical, no retirement benefits at all? There was a petition in the 12th Parliament by Honorable KJ Kiare, which should be revisited on this respect. It is only Parliament to whom Office of the Auditor General is responsible that would ensure post-retirement benefits of the Office of the Auditor General are enacted as in other countries. Now, let me just explain. While in office, one feels very secure, one feels very protected, and one's works full-time. There is no way one can involve in side business and so forth. When the person leaves the office, because really there is nobody looking at the interest of the Office of the Auditor General, a lot of facilities are withdrawn almost instantaneously, and that happened. And this may be because of part of the duties which one had undertaken. And therefore, you end up this person going out at the time when they need to feel secured. Yet the person is out there alone, not looked after, even medical, no, nothing. And in case anything happens to a former Auditor General in terms of health, which would then be more critical, we would have to go for Harambee. There is nothing for the office of for the person of the retired Auditor General. Let me end there. I think it's something food for thought for the National Dialogue Committee. Thank you.
It was very well presented and very clear, Dr. Uko. The two interventions I can see, Senator Cherargei, the leader, and Honorable Senator Cheriot, apologies, and Honorable Amiliang.
Thank you,
We are
Chair.
making Cherargei popular, I don't know why.
No problem. Thank you, Auditor General Emeritus. And let me begin on your last point. I agree with you because that's an potential area of conflict while one is in office. Because you begin looking forward and imagine, is it worth it? Or you live the Kenyan way of looking the other way, knowing that your future is assured. So I agree that's something that perhaps the committee needs to look into, and we will consider effectively. I want to perhaps borrow from your experience during your time when you served as Auditor General. There is a topic of the cost of living, which unfortunately I wanted to listen to you on, but you didn't delve so much into. Maybe you avoided it thinking it's a political issue. It's not really that much, apart from the good political undertones where there are colleagues who feel that Kenya has taken a turn for the worse under this administration. Everybody knows what has happened and how we found ourselves in this situation. An objective analysis knows how Kenya as a country found itself in its current economic predicament. What is your assessment of the size of government that we run, and where is it that savings can be made? Because one of the key, or actually the bulk of our economic situation is anchored by on debt, and debt has the debt distress that we have need to pay off, borrow to survive a little, and also due projects because of political pressures is something that continues to hang over us. Where do you feel that savings could be made? save for I've seen what you spoke about on the Chapter 15 commissions, but these are very small, insignificant government agencies, if I put it. If you check through their budgets, they hardly consume maybe 200-300 million. In a budget of 3 trillion, that's a drop in the ocean. But where do you genuinely feel that serious savings can be made?
Okay, I go next. Thank you, Auditor General. We've listened to you. And I like the fact that you have actually alluded to this committee that these are your personal, initiatives and maybe decisions that you have decided to put to the committee. I want to visit this phrase that you used. We need a presidential versus parliamentary system of government. And in your view, the election of president and governors on one man, one vote is a source of very expensive elections and corrupt practices, which will actually, in turn, maybe need a payback after you are elected. But you have failed to give us a way forward on that. Do you have any suggestion on that you can give to this committee? Thank you.
Please answer those in under 2 minutes, if possible. Yeah.
Thank you very much. In fact, when I was trying to present my views, I was wondering whether I should develop in the issue of cost of living. And I thought maybe this cost of living was being left outside the terms which are good. But Senator Aaron, this cost of living is an accumulation of things which has happened. It's accumulation of costs which we are now carrying forward. So you must understand that. It's not a one of which just happened today. So this accumulation things have been partly of debt and partly just a very costly government we've been managing. Costly in various senses. A lot of abuses, waste, a lot of unnecessary expenditure, so to speak. So, and therefore it is one which is carried because of us, the managers, the leaders, and so forth. So we have a duty on that. Now, what's the way forward? The way forward is that the cost of living is actually biting the ordinary person more than us who are seated here. And therefore, the way forward is, we know people talk of, we must find a way of cushioning. Find a way of cushioning the very low-level people. Whether you call it, people don't want to, people use subsidy, but use social cushioning, that must be there. And where would this money have to come from? This money has to come from the very things which has brought us to the cost of living, reducing the cost of government in that context. And my idea would be, if we can agree to cap the cost of government for the next 3 years alone, then we will have easily started addressing some of the accumulated abuses and mismanagement. And therefore, we can also be able to tackle the issue of taxes in our cost of living.
Thank you.
Now, the other one about presidential versus, this is just my own view, because I have had the experience in Africa, and there is no country in Africa where you go and vote for one man, one vote, and you don't expect that person to have power. So that is something which then breeds a lot of things. But it's not because it's presidential. But sometimes I wonder, South Africa has got the same fabric like us, I mean, in terms of ethnicity, in terms of what. How is it that theirs is presidential, but there is no, the fighting which we have? So that's the question I would like to leave with you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ouko.
Yes.
We shall now release you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and the committee will greatly benefit from your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Immense benefit to the committee. Next group, Kenya Kwanza.
Watu walioweka Kenya kwanza.
No. Again, there is no need for introduction on our part. In the interest of time, we shall simply pass the mic over to the leader of delegation. Welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Chairs. First of all, I want to take this opportunity to thank you for inviting us to submit our oral presentation and our memorandum on legal and policy reforms on issues concerning our country. We are here as the Kenya Kwanza Coalition, and you'll allow me to introduce my team. I am here with the Secretary General.
Sorry, SG. Do we have copies of the presentation by Kenya Kwanza?
We will make an oral presentation and then we will submit.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And also the invitation was very specific that you are coming to make an oral presentation. That was captured in your invitation letter. So, Honorable Chairs, you'll allow me to introduce my team. This is the Kenya Kwanza team. I am the Secretary General of the ruling party, the UDA party. I'm also accompanied here with the Secretary General of the Amani National Congress, Honorable Omboko Milemba. I'm also accompanied by the Honorable Chikati, who is the Secretary General of the second oldest party in our democracy, Ford Kenya, is here. I'm also accompanied by good Senator Tabitha, nominated Senator of UDA, Honorable Tabitha Mtinda. I'm also accompanied by Senator Sigei, who is a Senator of Bomet, and also our legal expert, Advocate Alutalala. We will be very brief. I'm glad you've not given us time limits. Yes. I'm sure you you appreciate who we are. Thank you.
You've asked for it. Here you get it. You have got 20 minutes maximum. Yes.
Thank you. So, Honorable Chairs, we will restrain ourselves within the boundaries of the thematic areas that you had suggested. One, we will have a presentation by at least each one of us on the issue of electoral justice and related matters. We will be led by Senator Sigei, and on the issue of outstanding constitutional matters, we will be led by Omboko Milemba, who is the Secretary General. On the issue of fidelity to political parties, coalition, and the law on multi-party democracy, will be led by the good Honorable Secretary General for the Ford Kenya. And on the issue of entrenching funds in the Constitution, will be led by the good Honorable SG of Ford Kenya. And on the issue of implementation of the 2/3 gender rule, we will have a presentation from Senator Mtinda. I will lead you on the establishment and entrenchment of state office, and that's how we will make...
SG, I propose you just go straight to it, so that you don't buy time making that. Okay. Just let those who are supposed to do whatever speak.
Okay, well-guided chair. So we will start by having a presentation by Honorable Sigei on that specific thematic area.
Thank you. Thank you, SG. Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Honorable Chair as well, and members. The first point which we will make is with regards to the establishment of the IEBC, that is the Commission, and our view is with regards to the selection panel. And you all, of course, are aware about the establishment of IEBC under the Constitution, and what we are proposing as a coalition is that since we already have a law in place with regards to the selection panel to the IEBC, which law is in place as of now, we propose that we allow the Commission to proceed and conclude with the process of establishing the Commission in order for it to ensure that we fast track whatever is outstanding in terms of the delimitation of boundaries, which is coming up in, of course, the next few months or so because of the provision of the Constitution. And two, the reason as to why we are saying so is because this particular panel comprise a representative team, because we have got representation from the Public Service Commission, we've got representation from the Parliamentary Service Commission, which is, or rather was, a product of a decision by the court, where the court did indeed pronounce itself as to the need to have a wider representation of the members. We have representation of from the religious groups as well as also from the political parties. And therefore, the Kenya Kwanza Coalition's position and recommendation to this committee is that this particular selection panel should proceed from where it has reached in terms of setting up the commission for purposes of making sure that it does the mandate provided for in law. And this is also one of the reasons why we are saying it should be let to proceed, is because we have got 7 pending by-elections where members of those representative constituencies and wards have had no representation, which is largely against the law. Or the position of Kenya Kwanza is that this selection panel, since it is representative and the law is in place, should be allowed to proceed, and this committee should recommend that position immediately. I will come back in a short while to represent the second bit of it, but I'll ask Amboko Milemba to deal with the issue on the boundaries delimitation, which is also another limb of this position of Kenya Kwanza.
Thank you, Chair. On boundaries delimitation, the boundary delimitation exercise, the review process, which is due to be done latest by March 2024, which is the 12th year outer limit required by the Constitution, is likely to stall due to lack of properly, if it's not constituted. Honourable Chair, we stand for the fact that this delimitation be done by the IEBC, because as per Article 29 of the Constitution, this boundary delimitation should be done after every between 8 to 12 years. And as we stand now, we are doing the last year, which is the 12th year. And therefore, we strongly propose that this should be done so that we avoid a constitutional crisis. I would wish to add that, being very brief, that we further propose that Parliament and the Executive should fast track the process by allocating the required budget to the Commission, so that after the question of how to constitute the Commission, which will be handled by my brother here, is answered, it begins its work immediately to avoid constitutional crisis. I am aware that several groups appeared before yourselves and were talking about creation of not only constituencies, but also creation of counties. So we strongly propose that this should actually be executed. Honourable Chair, we propose that the framework to be employed by the Commission during the boundary review and delimitation should be as already provided for in the Constitution under Article 89. Thank you, Honourable Chair. Allow me to move directly to the next issue. And the next issue is to do with the outstanding constitutional matters. I would want to begin by sharing with the many Kenyans who have suffered in many ways courtesy of the cost of living, and really stand with them, having been bred from a village point of a background. Honourable Chair, we understand the cost of living as an economic concept that refers to the general price level for goods and services that the average consumer will purchase for their activities of daily living. And we appreciate that these prices indeed are high, but we also appreciate that you know very well, Honourable Chair, that as a result of the international happenings that are not limited to the global inflation, to the to the high cost of living worldwide, the Ukraine war, and even the COVID pandemic, and further coupled with the local challenges that are not limited but include the prolonged drought we had in the last year, which was very, very prolonged. We saw the death of so many livestock, and further the issue of budget deficits, which we have had in Parliament, and further the borrowing, which I also had been talked about here a few minutes ago, generally has led us to where we are. Honourable Chair, I want to submit that we as Kenya Kwanza, we look at this from a constitutional point of view, which is actually Article 43, and it clearly indicates that it is actually a right, that every person has a right, to the highest sustainable health, includes the right to health care services, etc., etc. I want to submit, Honourable Chair, that as the Kenya Kwanza government on the food security, the interventions undertaken by the government to actually increase on input subsidies in the sector of agriculture by, for instance, lowering the cost of fertilizer and other inputs, and also making sure the quality of these inputs to our farmers are of high quality, both the seeds, the pesticides, and also reducing the cost of agriculture, which was originally 7,500 to now 2,500, should greatly go in putting to actually reduce the cost of living and actually reduce the cost of the essential food services. And I'm happy yesterday when I was watching the TV now, I see the farmers complaining about stores and not lack of the maize itself. And they're actually saying that we need to move in as government quickly to actually provide stores for these foodstuffs and actually avoid post-harvest wastage. On the issue of housing, Honourable Chair, I want to undertake that as Kenya Kwanza, we have boldly moved to deal with the issue of housing, and that's why we had the acrimonious finance bill, as you all know, which dealt with the housing situation. And we are targeting that we should be able to increase the housing situation in this country, and therefore reduce the mortgages to about 10,000, and also make sure that the number of mortgages rise from 30,000 to 100 to 1 million every year. And by doing this, we hope that the issue of housing is going to be taken care of. Let me also move to the issue of health, Honourable Chair, that Kenya Kwanza is a government in place has moved to make certain laws which will actually make sure that we are able to provide the universal health care. 2 weeks ago, you remember, some of you were with me in Parliament when we did pass the two bills. That was the Digital Health Care Bill, and we also did pass the Social Health Care Bill. And there are two more bills which are in the Senate, which are crossing over to the to Parliament, so that we may deal with this. And I'm happy that the Constitution pronounces itself on the issue of emergency health care. And I'm happy in one of the bills, that's the Social Health Care Bill, we did create an emergency fund for those who are actually will be affected by emergency diseases. And that will go a long way to help secure the health sector so that everybody is able to have universal health care. And furthermore, we as Kenya Kwanza are actually mainstreaming the what you used to call the CHVs, but now called the promoters, the health promoters on the ground, so that we can actually deal with the healthcare from the basis of the ground, rising up to the top. In the digital healthcare bill, you will understand that this will enable doctors to be shared across the country. And if we have a test that has been done in Nairobi Hospital, we shall not need a patient to go all the way in other places, and that will reduce the cost of healthcare. Honourable Chair, I want to further submit that on 20th October, Mashujaa Day, the government will launch a comprehensive healthcare model that will solve the existing stalemate in the sector. For the sake of time, let me not mention everything because we shall be giving a written memorandum.
That's a good way forward.
Yeah. Honorable Chair, on the issue of audit of the 2022 presidential election, I will wish to pronounce ourselves on that matter, and this is the position of Kenya Kwanza, that we believe that that is water down the bridge. We are a country that upholds the rule of law, and we are all aware that the Judiciary had already pronounced itself on that matter. The highest level of the Judiciary, that is the Supreme Court, had already pronounced itself on the matter of the 2022 presidential election. I would like to urge Kenyans that let us all be law-abiding citizens and allow the law to prevail. That is our position as Kenya Kwanza. So I will want to invite Honorable Mtinda to present the issue on two-thirds gender rule.
Very good.
Thank you, Honorable Chairs. And I want to actually start by saying that it's very regrettable to note that the Constitution, as we speak, clearly articulates for the framework of the two-thirds gender rule. But as Parliament sits now, more specific at National Assembly, we've not been able to achieve the two-thirds gender rule. As a coalition, Kenya Kwanza, led by our party leader, none other than Dr. William Ruto, we want to state that we are committed and as a party in terms of championing and promoting the realization of women inclusion and effective participation in every sphere of national endeavors. We have recently also, as a coalition, amended our structure in terms of ensuring that we include party leadership cadres that ensure we meet the two-thirds gender rule in our political different coalitions. Further to this, Honorable Chair, you note that currently in the National Assembly, we on the one-third, we have 97, it should be 97, but we currently have 47 women reps, hence we have less 50, but since we have 26 women elected on single constituencies, we still have a short of 24 women who are supposed to be in Parliament. So as a coalition, we want to state that our proposal is for this committee to support in these numbers getting to the two-thirds agenda that we all focus on. I want to state that county assemblies have been able to achieve this through gender top-up. Senate, equally where I sit, we've been able to achieve it. But in National Assembly, we've not been able to achieve this. Finally, as a coalition, we're also not forgetting our youth and people with disability. We're ensuring that in our different political structure, we ensure that we are going to have different opportunities and different areas that they can be able to serve, so that we increase the number of women, we increase the number of our youth, and we also increase our number of our PWC. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And the one presenting next, please note you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. We will submit to you our written proposal. I will simply summarize what we have on fidelity to political parties, coalitions, and the law on multi-party democracy. Our proposal is that we seek to strengthen individual parties as key pillars for strong coalitions in Kenya. Secondly, that multipartyism is a critical tool to the growth of democracy in Kenya. And thirdly, that the choice of belonging to any political party is enshrined in the Constitution, must be respected, and it must be strengthened. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you very much. Any other presentation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we have got something to do.
2 minutes, Senator Sigei.
Thank you. I'll try to push myself, but you'll allow me if I am unable to. Now, this is an issue with regards to what we referred to as cannibalization of the political parties or interference of political parties. The position that we are taking is that there is indeed law in place. There is the Political Parties Act that has established the management, the structure, and the role of political parties. It has indeed provided for situations where members are expected either to be within or without the provisions of their constitution as at the party level. The Constitution of Kenya, at the same time, we are all aware, mandates members under Article 38 the freedom to politics and democracy. However, this was an issue that we have had to respond to, and we are saying that in terms of what we can recommend as the position, since we have the law, what is it then that we can do to make sure that this law is supporting the management of these political parties? And we have proposed that education is going to be one of the key issues in terms of ensuring that proactive steps are taken for members to understand, for political parties also to understand how to manage their members, so that we avoid accusations of interference with the management of political parties. Secondly, enhance the strengthening of internal party dispute resolution mechanism and make sure that proper structures are implemented and party organs are also made to operationalize so that if there is an issue, we can deal with it within the IDRM. Thirdly, political dialogue and democratic space is key. If we have this continuous, there will be no accusation of one party having interfered with another party's political structure. And lastly, legal reforms, where we are saying that policymakers should be able to consider reviewing and amending the existing laws where we feel there is a lacuna. And in this case, if there is a lacuna in terms of the Political Parties Act, where we are saying at what point do we deem a member to have maybe promoted the position of another political party, it should be clear so that members are allowed to exercise their democratic right and space, and none is accused of having cannibalized any other political party. That is our position as Kenya Kwanza, and we are saying this commission can push also along those proposals.
Thank you, Senator.
Lastly, Chair. Lastly. Lastly. There's a last one. Lastly, Chair, on the two issues about entrenching funds.
1 minute. Yes.
How many minutes? 1 minute. 2 more minutes, Chair. Lastly, on the issue of entrenching funds into the Constitution and establishment and entrenchment of state offices, Honorable Chairs, this is our position that we draw wisdom from the memorandum the President presented to Parliament. That is the position of Kenya Kwanza. We support the establishment and the entrenchment of the National Government Constituency Development Fund, National Government Affirmative Action Fund, and the Senate Oversight Fund. However, Chair, we would like to make a further submission on the same. Article 177 of the Constitution of Kenya establishes the position of the member of County Assembly. The County Government Act gives the members of the County Assembly various roles. In order for the County Assembly's Honorable Chair to effectively carry out the above functions as enshrined in the County Government Act, we propose, as Kenya Kwanza, the establishment of a fund to be known World Development Fund, which shall empower the legislators to perform their functions of representation more effectively and keep them in touch with the pulse of their respective wards. Honorable Chair, it is important to note that the role of an MCA are similar to those of a member of National Assembly, and therefore, if these privileges are to be given at the national level, they should be replicated to the county level. These funds will help the MCAs, Honorable Chair, to fulfill their promises and pledges they made during their elections. Honorable Chair, we further suggest that to achieve, this fund will achieve equalization across the country and can be a solution to the marginalized groups within the counties who are agitating for secession. Honorable members of the committee, we would agree with me that the member of county assembly position is an incubation stage for nurturing and mentoring future leaders who will scale up in political ladder of leadership. This fund will be very instrumental in ensuring this is achieved. We further submit that we have a ward equalization fund so that within the county setup, we again have an equalization fund to ensure that marginalized communities are catered for. We are further suggesting as Kwanza to have the county oversight fund, the same way a senator has been proposed to have an oversight fund to oversight the governors, to play the oversight role. We are proposing, let us build capacity for members of county assemblies. We've seen members of county assemblies being bought left, right, and center because they do not have a fund. That will make them autonomous from the governor. Lastly, on the issue of entrenchment of the two officers, the leader of opposition and the office of the prime cabinet secretary, we support, and especially as Kenya Kwanza, we want to affirm that we support the entrenchment of the leader of opposition. It is our considered view that Parliament should enact the legislation to establish the office of the leader of opposition. This is an important office in promoting inclusivity. We have repeatedly witnessed violence after every electoral cycle due to the perceived winner-takes-it-all scenario. Creation of this position would be a means to alleviate the perennial problems, strengthening oversight and deepening democracy. Honorable Chair, we are conscious of the Bill of Rights as enshrined in the Constitution. We propose a legislation to regulate the right to demonstration and picketing enshrined in Article 37. Lastly, the legislation should specifically address and provide mechanism to bar political leaders who lead violent demonstrations from vying from any further elective position. Further, the legislation should mandate the organizers of the demonstration to gazette the venue, time, and reason for picketing. The legislation should provide measures that will ensure the leaders and organizers of violent demonstrations, which may occasion destruction of property and loss of life, to be held liable. These will encourage sanity and order in our political class. That is our submission as Kenya Kwanza.
Thank you, SG. I think you're done, and thank you very much. I only want to ask you one question.
Yeah.
In the case of the office of the official of the leader of opposition, should that person sit in the Senate or in the National Assembly?
For purposes,
or outside?
No, just note down. And I've got a follow-up question. Save for about 2 or so words that you uttered. I hope you could listen to me.
Okay.
SG, can listen to Wandai.
Yes, I was getting worried because in the memorandum that you alluded to, that was sent to Parliament, and in your written memorandum here.
You don't have a written memorandum.
What is this? Sorry.
No, that's yours.
No, let's be orderly.
We haven't. That's not
okay, so we ignore this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, Chair. Our staff have circulated a memo. It bears your name.
I started by saying we do not have a written memorandum. We will do oral submissions.
But what is this?
Yeah, and this was occasioned by the contents of your letter. You told us to come and make oral presentation.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
So we ignore this.
Ignore. Please.
Okay.
We take this as a strange document.
Very strange. Very
that
strange.
found its way here strangely.
Very strange.
Thank you. Now, I was actually going to ask you, why are you not as emphatic on the position of the proposed position of Prime Cabinet Secretary as you are on the position of leader of official opposition? It is curious that even this document, which I have now refused to, I will not now refer to, you seem not to be emphasizing the creation of that office, contrary to perceptions that have been in the public domain. Could it be as a result of the fears
No.
No, relax. Could it be as a result of the fears that from some quarters that this office, if created or if entrenched in the Constitution, is going to water down the power and influence of the office of the Deputy President? And could this perhaps be the cause of the incessant anti-dialogue outbursts out there? Finally, what is your take on the issue of the taxes which were brought about by the Finance Act? And very finally, Umoko Milemba, if I heard you right, I think this is the SG of Kenya. That you support that you support.
Chair, I'm the SGO.
Okay, fine. I was referring to my friend, the SGO for Kenya, Yechikati.
Yes.
That you support the strengthening of political parties.
Yes.
Okay? I suppose within and without the coalitions. Yes. What is your take on the clamor for collapsing of political parties to form bigger entities? Yeah.
Very good question.
Honorable Chair, on the issue of the leader of opposition, we propose that he sits in government in National Assembly so that he can be able to oversight the government ably. Second, on the issue of being emphatic on the entrenchment of the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, I think first it was because of time. Second is a matter of semantics. We started by saying that we draw our wisdom from the contents encapsulated in the memorandum from the President to the National Assembly. So whatever the contents are encapsulated in that memorandum, we share the same wisdom.
Chair, that memorandum doesn't have the proposal to entrench the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary. Yeah. Proceed.
Which memorandum, Honorable Chair?
The one that was sent to the President, to the National Assembly.
Or whichever way, we, as Secretary General has said, we strongly support the entrenchment of the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary into the Constitution. And we had an area of notes on this. But of course, due to time, we may have not done so much. But we stand for it. And this will help in to create liaison and supervision, which is a pivotal role within the Cabinet Secretary and the Cabinet. So we strongly stand for it and we support it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our position on the parties is that we propose the strengthening of individual parties as key pillars to strong coalitions. Anything outside that proposal is a clamor which I don't understand. So we stand for that, and nobody is outside that. Thank you so much.
It might help SG to make a comment on that, the political party position of UDA in regards to that issue.
Can you take it together with my question?
Yes.
So that he...
Yes. Yes, Senator Aaron.
Thank you to the presentation from Kenya Kwanza. In the presentations and submissions that have been made to us on the particular topic of audit of the 2022 presidential election, I heard you say that the position of Kenya Kwanza is that this matter is closed and done with, in the sense that it was concluded at the Supreme Court. However, there are people who've come before us, and in their presentation, they have said that is a political view in response to a political question raised by Azimio. Because our understanding, which I want to believe is the same matter that you're responding to, is that they are contesting the election result. However, many people, including the church, I don't know if you had a chance to listen to NCCK present, and so many people that have come before us, have told us, have a broader view of this issue. Look at it as an audit of our electoral process, which results are just part and parcel of. That there is a bigger perspective through which you can have a view to making our electoral processes better. What are the issues that have arisen, matters of contestation over every electoral cycle, and how that can better prepare us for the next electoral cycle. If that was made to be your understanding of what an audit will be, will you still maintain the same view that that matter is concluded, or you would agree with those that are requesting this committee to have a broader view of this matter? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Chair, before
you go, we still have comments. Chair, I think I want to go next. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Kenya Kwanza, for your presentations. My simple question is, what is your take on these errand elected officers or members of either county assembly or even the National Assembly who are errand, and they don't even conform with the party, maybe constitution or ideologies? What is your take on them? And secondly, Madam Senator, it's on the two-third gender rule. You gave us almost a blanket statement about the government or the parliament having not conformed to implementing. But I wanted you to be a bit specific. Do you have any specific measures and ways which we can use to get to this two-third gender rule? Like other parties have been coming here, the public service was here with their team. They gave us suggestions. Gidu was here. He also mentioned even about scrubbing the women rep seat and maybe creating something else. Do you have anything specific that you can recommend to this committee? Thank you.
Mine, Chair, is just a comment.
Yes.
They might choose to answer it in a different way, but because also this committee is conscious that part of us are Kenya Kwanza and the other part is Azimio, I think the fact that we've participated in our full element, Opio and I, is testimony that what you call outbursts are just opinions, and that we continue to support this process fully, including its outcomes.
Thank you. Please respond, and we'll give you 3 minutes to just respond quickly to those issues.
Chair, we will try to respond in 3 minutes, questions that were asked in 9 minutes. Okay. we will abide, Chair. Chair, I will start on the issue of whether the issue of whether we agree that we should audit the process of the elections. Our position is that we can open up on the issue of auditing the process, and that is a mandate that is given to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. And therefore, I think that goes without any opposition that as Kenya Kwanza, we agree. And since we are a democratic country, we can audit the process. We look into areas which we can improve as a country, because elections are supposed to be transparent and in a manner that people can be participating in the formulation of the rules of the election. Second, on the issue that you raised about strengthening of political parties, I want to strongly agree with the Secretary General of the Ford Kenya that let us strengthen political parties, because we fought so much in this country. We shed blood to achieve the multi-party democracy. And therefore, our position is that let us strengthen political parties. But the big question is, how do you strengthen your political party? You strengthen by recruiting members. So if in an instance you can recruit members from a particular political party to a point whereby that political party is no longer viable, you can decide to take up the entire membership of a political party and bring to your... So strengthening, you must strengthen your political party by recruiting members. And that is our position, that let us strengthen, let us compete, and that is multi-democracy that we fought for. On the issue of errant MPs going against their party positions, I think we already have a legislative framework on that. The Political Parties Act is very clear. It's just a matter of enactment. So Honorable Wambilianga, enforcement.
Enforcement. It's already enacted.
Enforcement. So it's just a matter of enforcement. So that has already been provided for in the Political Parties Act and other related legislation.
Conclude, SG.
1 minute before he concludes, Chair.
Yes.
On the issue of political parties, we as a coalition are very much aware about where we came from in terms of the one-party state. And like we said correctly, we want to strengthen the political parties. And let me further indicate that we also, this is what I wanted to bring out, that also coalitions, we also need to strengthen development of coalitions that can actually purpose to drive a certain area. And that's the experience even we had in America. What you now call the strong parties America is a whole history of ideologies of small conglomerations that came together to form what they are today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Just to know from you, this is a national dialogue initiative.
Yes.
And you are sitting on different divides. Why can't you mix? Thank you.
Food for thought. That's food for thought.
Thank you, Chair. I think we will be ungrateful if we left this sitting without congratulating the committee. You've made Kenya proud because in the history of Kenya, this is the first time you are seeing different divides, political divides, sitting together, having a dialogue. And I think this is the Kenya we want to see. The other Kenya where we came from, we don't want to go back into those trenches. We want to see a Kenya which is united. I suggest, Honorable Chair, that in the forthcoming Mashujaa Day, you guys should be celebrated. We should give you accolades for bringing Kenya together. Now we have a peaceful country, and we want to encourage that we continue that. Thank you.
We appreciate. Thank you. Thank you, Kenya Kwanza. We appreciate you and your presentations. Asanteni. The next...
Federation of Kenya.
Federation,
Federation of Kenya Employers.
Yeah.
Yes.
Federation, and then next after Federation of Kenya Employers is the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights.
Can they all be in the room? Federation of Kenya Employers.
Federation and Kenya Human Rights be here.
I can see Governor Waititu. Are you Governor Waititu? Are you part of KFKE? Which group are you with? Honorable Waititu? Or you personally? Can we hear you?
Let's first hear FKE.
Okay.
And then Governor Waititu, and then, yes. FKE, the floor is yours. We will not introduce ourselves. I think everyone now knows us. We think so. But you have exactly 15 minutes. Try and do the best you can in 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Co-Chairs. It is indeed an honor and a privilege for the Federation of Kenya Employers to appear before you to make presentations on the important issues we are discussing. Let me quickly introduce my team. I have two board members, Mr. Cosmas Mutava and Dr. Rachel Monyoncho to my left. I have senior staff of the Federation, Mr. Stephen Obiro, the Head of Advocacy, Consulting and Partnerships, Mr. Samson Mwangi, Heading Finance and Procurement, and Jeffrey Maumo, our PR and Communications. First, we want to thank the committee for inviting us to make presentations on pertinent issues facing our country. The Federation of Kenya Employers supports constitutionalism as provided for in our constitution that reflects the desire for fair, democratic, and inclusive approaches to governance. We share the national aspirations of peace, unity, and prosperity for all based on shared values. Due to the shortage of time, we will focus our presentation mainly on the area of the outstanding constitutional matters, specifically on the cost of living and the implementation of the 2/3 gender rule. co-chairs.
Madam Mugo, is it Mugo?
Yes, oh, yes, my name is Jacqueline Mugo.
Yes, you only have 15 minutes.
Yes.
And I would suggest you just give us highlights. This document is very well written.
I will give the highlights. Yes. Thank you very much for your counsel. We have in our document said who FKE is. I just want to highlight the fact that we play a very strong representation and advocacy role, not just at the tripartite level in this country, but we also represent employers internationally and regionally. Tripartism is therefore very important for the functioning of the labor market. It helps us to promote industrial peace and harmony at the workplace, and we want to appeal to the committee to support the strengthening of tripartism in this country. We have seen a tendency at various times, not just for this administration, but even in the past, to weaken tripartism and to remove employers from critical boards and institutions when we take positions that perhaps are against what is being proposed. We want to say that the Federation believes in good governance, and we support the government of the day because we are apolitical. And the positions we take are really aimed at advancing the national plans that we envisage as a country. And right now, there are very many of those plans, and I'll be talking about them. Our overall objective is really to have a conducive environment for doing business. This promotes enterprise sustainability, it creates decent jobs for our people, and improves the lives of Kenyans. On the current cost of living and related issues, we want to say that the business environment is very challenging for employers. We are experiencing increased cost of doing business in our country, fueled by the additional levies and taxes that have been introduced. There are international factors, such as the weakening of the Kenya shilling, but we believe that there is a lot that we can do as a nation to address the cost of living so that we can stabilize the economy, because it is really testing the capacity of employers to keep people in jobs. We are calling for responsible management of the economy in the labor sector specifically, and we believe that stability and predictability in the regulatory and policy framework helps to help us keep people in jobs and also for the proper functioning of the labor market. We have been discussing as a country issues of wage adjustments. There is a great push by employees currently, for understandable reasons, for an increase in their salaries. But we believe as employers that these salary or wage adjustments should be linked to productivity and the performance of the economy. Wages are sensitive and are fixed costs to enterprises, and the adjustments should look at both the interest of the employee and the interest of the enterprise so that both can survive. We are aware that our counterpart trade unions called for a general wage increase. But we want to highlight that there are very clear parameters for wage determination, and that wages consistently...
Honorable Hassan Omar, you're becoming a destructive participant of the meeting. Please allow the meeting to go on.
Chair, I hope that earns me 2 more minutes. Wages in this country are adjusted through collective bargaining, but statutory minimum wages are the ones that are guided by what we call the wage guidelines, and we have various wages councils that do not function in this country because they're not financed. We need as a country to invest in these labor sector bodies to be able to play their role to address both the workers' concerns and the employers' concerns, to have wages divorced from political decisions, and to have wage determination advised and informed by the indicators of wage determination which are entrenched in our laws. And part of the reason why workers are pushing for a wage increase and enterprises are crying that they cannot do business is because of the tax regime that I think this committee has heard a lot about. But that tax regime is very, very difficult for employers to cope with. There have been very many taxes introduced by the Finance Act 2023, coupled with the high electricity tariffs, the tight monetary policy, have all colluded to slow down consumption, which is the main driver of domestic demand in Kenya. We appeal that whenever reforms are being introduced, it should be done in a way that is phased out, so that we have win-win outcomes for every segment of the population, including enterprises. Reforms, no matter how desirable and appealing, should never lead to the unintended consequence of closure of enterprises, which we are seeing increasingly as FKE. We are seeing loss of livelihoods, loss of jobs, destruction of wealth, and increase in poverty in the country. Added to that is a very high level of mental health issues that we are seeing in the private sector because, to put it simply, Kenyans are stressed and so are businesses. So our appeal is that these reforms be phased out, be well timed, so as to mitigate the adverse consequences that they have. Our policymakers should have a heart and care to listen to the plight of the affected persons, whether they are natural persons or corporate persons, to alleviate the suffering of Kenyans. We have some proposals on how we can spur the economy and to reduce the cost of living and accelerate the pace of development. I will not go through all of them, but the first one is really value addition to our products, boosting productivity and facilitating business development through enhanced and simplified access to finance, and also enhancing the efficiency and provision of services in the public service. Chair, let me now talk about the implementation of the two-thirds gender rule. We do support, as a federation, the call for the realization of the two-thirds gender rule, and we appeal that this process be expedited. We believe that this is the right thing for our country to do. It is a reasonable thing. We think as FKE that really what we suffer from in Kenya is not a lack of suitable qualified men and women for these positions, but the goodwill to do it. And in terms of going forward, there should be commitment, not just rhetoric, and affirmative action to ensure the attainment of this two-thirds gender rule. We as a country need to be deliberate and create an environment that supports the underrepresented gender to get more seats. For example, for elective positions, parties in Kenya should field qualified persons from underrepresented groups in areas that are their strongholds. And for appointment to positions, public positions and private sector, we should seek to have gender balance at all levels of governance. There has been a lot of talk about if the leader is a male, for example, governor, then the female should be, then the deputy should be female and vice versa. I believe there have been very many proposals there that we can consider. We just want to assert that FKE supports that move. As I conclude, I want to say that the outcome of the work of this National Dialogue Committee is eagerly awaited by all Kenyans and employers. We as employers hope that the outcomes will help promote unity in the country, including in workplace relations, which are currently in tatters because of the stresses that both sides are facing, and also to drive the general development in the country. Our appeal, though, is that any reforms that come from this committee should not lead to additional taxes and levies for either businesses or for employees, because we cannot be stretched beyond what we are already being stretched to. We think that any proposals that come from here should be funded from the consolidated fund. Employers also appeal to the government to provide a stable and less costly business environment to support our people to stay in jobs and our enterprises to thrive and be able to expand and absorb more people, because we know that unemployment is a huge challenge facing this country. Kenya is currently grappling with a high cost of living which threatens our social fabric. We are facing a challenge of shrinking disposable income and increasing prices. This is impacting negatively on the quality of life of our people. And the working population is increasingly getting into a situation where they can hardly afford to meet the basic needs of health, education, food, and shelter, and in fact to run their households. You must be aware as a committee, because you're very well informed, that today we woke up to the shocking news that Kenya is the worst performing stock exchange in the world. How did we get to that position? We appeal to the Executive and Parliament to address this matter by involving all stakeholders in the process of developing policies and laws that reduce poverty, enhance economic growth, and promote competitiveness, and create a favorable business environment. This is the only way that employers can continue to meet the payroll costs that they want to meet, because we know in Kenya that if one person is in employment, then they're supporting a whole host of other people, and we cannot afford to see any more job losses or the collapse of enterprises. I thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I want us members to allow them to leave, if you don't mind, but I can see Honorable Azimio.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Jacqueline Muga and your team. First of all, I want to thank you for being the voice of employers and for coming personally. You and Francis Atwoli have been the voice of the employers and the workers of this country. We expected him to come with his team. Of course, he did not. That's why we appreciate you leading this team, because one of the biggest issues before us is the cost of living. And we've had several presentations before us showing how much taxation has increased, prices have increased, but disposable incomes have decreased. And the quality of life for many Kenyans has worsened to the level that there are very many Kenyans who have gone to depression. We were given a very scary figure that between this year and the last 2 years, you are talking of 84% increment in terms of workers who are really, really depressed. So we wanted, apart from you saying that policies need to be reviewed, we're really looking at the taxes, and particularly what has had the highest impact is the increase of the VAT from 8% to from 8 to 16% on fuel. That has seen the cost of fuel go very high, and when you look at that in terms of the taxes, the levies, you are looking at almost 16 of them. Would like you to, maybe in your further written submission, to give us specific suggestions, because we need to make recommendations as we're asking for those taxes to be reviewed, which ones should be probably dropped. And on electricity also, that has really gone up by 63%. Of course, that affects the cost of production, and we want you to also look at that and be specific. It will be very helpful for this committee to make very specific suggestions to lower the cost of living. Thank you.
As you hear in your further written submissions, so that we don't take any more time, but you made some very scary statement here that perhaps need to clarify, that Kenya has become the worst performing stock market in the world. You may need to elaborate on that within 1 minute. When did this happen? Yeah.
We have the article which we can forward to the Secretariat. It was in the international news, and we can forward it. We're just as shocked about it as you are, but that is the case. And I think what we must ask ourselves is, how did we get there, and what impact, therefore, does it have on the functioning of the economy? This is
does that point to a possible collapse of the economy?
The Bloomberg report. There's a report.
Are you hearing me?
I think you can forward it together with your further written submissions, so that we consider. Because there's a Nigerian who was saying you can't manage the economy through propaganda, and one way of seeing is really the stock exchange and the dollar rate. Maybe that's a very worrying sign of the times.
I think Bloomberg is a very reputable report. I wanted to say, even as we send our further memorandum, one trend that we've seen in the recent past, Chair, is that taxes are being levied on consolidated pay, away from the tradition of basing statutory deductions on the employee's payroll on basic pay. Now, that alone has had major impacts on the take-home pay of employees, because you're taxing employees on allowances for transport, for DSA, and for leave. So it means that the employee has to dig from his pocket, or the employer has to top up, to be able to survive in Kitale or Kericho or wherever they go. I think that alone would have major impacts, because we need to focus statutory deductions on the basic pay, even as we look at the raft of taxes which we are going to address, as Honorable Wamalwa has advised us.
Thank you.
Because that is what has actually thrown the level of taxation to unprecedented levels, and we're seeing employees taking home less than the 1/3 salary they're supposed to have.
Thank you,
What are they supposed
Madam
to
Mugo.
survive on?
We shall now excuse you.
And I sounded like a trade unionist, but I'm not, because even for enterprises, it's very difficult.
I can see you are clearly agitated by the state of the economy and general decline of the living standards
Because any
of
pain
your
the employee
employees.
feels is thrown on the enterprise. So
Yes.
we are bearing a lot of burden, which
Yeah.
perhaps we need to be supported in. Thank you.
So in your view, the policies are not working?
As a country, throw 20 new taxes on businesses at the same time. We need to pace them out and have conversations with the stakeholders, employers, workers, and everybody else about how can we achieve the dream we have for universal care, for affordable housing, and all this.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm told the Kenya Human Rights Commission is in the room. Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Kindly.
But while they come, we had Governor Waitito, and you know you were not on the list.
Just
So
come
we-
forward and wave Governor Waitito.
We are trying to
as you
figure
say
out
it.
how to handle you, because you've just come without notice. People are coming by invitation. Maybe we give you 5 minutes, Governor Waitito, because you're a respected member of society. We give you exactly 5 minutes, Governor Waitito, before the human rights takes over.
And proceed.
Proceed, the
Okay,
Governor
thanks a lot.
Waitito.
I know all of you know me. I'm Waitito. And having been around for a long time, from a councillor to governor, there are some issues that I've observed that I wanted to make some recommendations. One of them is on education. On education in particular, I wanted to recommend on the issue of distribution of bursaries, which have been involved for a long time. I wanted to suggest and recommend that they be removed from the CDF of the Member of Parliament, because the manner in which bursaries are distributed is selective. The people who support the MP tend to benefit more than the people who do not support the Member of Parliament. If you look at the students, all the students nationally attend the same exam. They need to be given equal footing as far as preparations on exams is concerned. But if one student gets 1,000 shillings because of how the father voted, and another one gets 10,000 because of how the parent voted, that is unfair for that student who did not vote and is getting less money. If we want to equalize, the national government must take over the distribution of bursaries such that a student in Suba gets the same amount as a student in Githunguri and a student in Wajir, because they are facing the same exam, the same environment as students, but a student cannot be discriminated because of how the parent voted in the same constituency and how and where the student was born. And they are the same students.
Governor, you've taken 1 minute on that alone. So
Yes.
please take note, you have 4 more minutes in case you have more issues.
Yes.
And that you have prosecuted very well.
Yeah, I'm still continuing the same. If you consider an orphan in Rodwa, it is the same orphan in Kajiado. So both orphans should get the equal amount of funding from the government. So as far as I'm concerned, and I know that is a concern to so many other people. Distribution of bursaries should be given to a national body, just like the way university is given to help, so that distribution of bursaries can be national. Let the Member of Parliament just oversee the distribution.
The point is made. Honorable Waititu, any other issue?
Any other issue? Yes, I have.
This is only one now. Yeah.
Yes. Having gone through the impeachment process as a governor, and also having been a member of parliament when the Kenya Constitution 2010 was enacted in parliament, I know very well what the initial intention of the drafters of the constitution was when the impeachment was enacted in our constitution. First and foremost, it was meant to check the excesses of the governors in the counties. But the drafters of the constitution did not know or did not intend to hear or even to imagine that it was going to be used politically by some other leaders. But as it is now in our country, and as it happened to me, when I fall off, when I went into the bad books of the regime that was there, they drafted and planned and on how to get me out of office. And that will happen to so many other governors in future.
I think there's a proposal, Governor.
My proposal is...
No. I'm just suggesting to you, the Council of Governors was before us.
Yes.
And they addressed the same issue. What they are proposing is that we tighten the nuts on the impeachment process, but also make it 2 years, was it? What were they suggesting? We cushion the governors for 2 years, at least for them from the government to perform. What would you say?
My issue is different. What my suggestion was, because the drafters of the Constitution, the initial idea of impeachment was not meant to be political. It was meant to check the excesses of the governors. My suggestion is, because impeachments will continue, I'm not opposed to impeachments, but since the governor will have fallen off with the regime or the support of the politicians, it should be only for that period that governor was elected. It should not be forever, because you are punished by one regime because you have fallen off with them, and they are, as it is now, as per chapter 6, you are supposed to suffer politically throughout your life. It is unfair.
It's for 10 years, Governor. It's not for...
No, even 10 years. Why should you suffer for 10 years while the regime that wanted you out of office is gone, and there is another regime now which is friendly to you? Why should you be affected because of that regime that has gone home? It should be made to be clear. The intentions of the drafters of the Constitution was that impeachment is only to check the excesses of the governors, but not to make sure that you are always politically light with the leadership in the presidency level. Otherwise, so many other governors are going to suffer, and we must make sure that this committee takes care of all the loopholes that has been there in our constitution. Therefore, my recommendation, together with my other governor who was impeached like me, Sonko, is that this committee makes sure that the impeachment is only going to be for that period that you are elected, when you are not in good books with the leadership that is there in the government. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Governor Waitito. We appreciate, and I think as a governor, I want to say it's about time we really relooked at the impeachment process and made sure that it is safeguarded from political interference and misuse, so that we can protect people like you're saying. So I think that's something the committee is very alive too.
And Chair, if you have any document, I think we'll be happy to look at it on weaponization of the impeachment process. You raised a very, very salient point.
Exactly, exactly. In fact, just to tell this committee, I had people have signed an impeachment. They are now looking for evidence to impeach. That tells you something. Yeah, it's really weaponization of impeachment.
I think we shall excuse now, Honorable Waititu, and let's hear the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. That's how it's pronounced.
That is exactly it.
Okay, thank you.
I was checking whether they were here.
Thank you, Governor Waitito. You made use of your 5 minutes.
Oh, Commissioner Bonai.
Yes. Proceed. We agree there's no more introductions. We assume you have been in the room and you've known the panelists.
Thank you.
But you can introduce yourselves. Just do the introduction yourself for everybody who is here with you.
Thank you very much for that direction. Thank you, honorable members and chair. This is the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. My name is Roslyn Odede. I'm the chairperson of the commission. I'm with my vice chair, Dr. Raymond Nyeris, Honorable Sarah Bonai is a member of the commission, Director Ann, and the members of staff with us. So thank you very much for inviting us. The commission...
Just to let you know, you have 15 minutes, so just go straight to the issues.
Thank you for the direction. The commission provided its detailed report via email to your team, and we hope you have received it. If you haven't, we can send it back once again, but we did send our detailed our submissions to you. We will here just speak in summary to some of the key issues that are under discussion in this dialogue. So thank you very much. Now, we will go as per the issues that were sent to us. The first issue that was sent to us was the issues of electoral justice. And under electoral justice, the first issue that was brought up was restructuring and reconstitution of the IEBC. As a commission, we say this is a very crucial and imperative factor that should proceed with haste. The commission notes with concern the frequent amendments to the law on the composition of the selection panel at every turn. We as a commission think this does not augur well and contributes to feelings of suspicion and mistrust towards the electoral process. As a commission, we would suggest that composition of the election panel should be inclusive and diverse. It must be an inclusive and diverse panel at every instance. We suggest minimal or no participation by political parties. And we also suggest that it be entrenched in law that amendments to the composition of the panel do not take effect if the panel is to be reconstituted within 12 months of the amendment. This is to avoid interference or setting up on panels to play up to certain interests. And we think that should be a safety net there. When we talk of inclusivity, we would like to see PWDs in the panel. We'd like to see gender considerations taken into account. We'd like to see members of civil society included, academicians, professional societies, private sector, religious groups, and the youth, essentially making up the panels so that it is inclusive. When we talk of diversity, we talk of regions and we talk of ethnicity. Why do we talk of both region and ethnicity? Because when we talk of regions, sometimes I could be of a particular ethnic group, but descending from a region. And if we look only at region and not ethnicity as well, you might end up with people from two people from the same ethnic group because they come from different regions. So diversity should consider both region and ethnicity. And in this, we also need to totally consider marginalized and minorities, the marginalized groups and minorities. Now, when it comes to boundary delimitations, the Constitution has very, very clear provisions on boundary delimitations, and it actually provides for 8 to 12 years for constituencies and periodically for the wards. And in constituency, they can only change the boundaries and the names. They cannot change the number of constituencies. We believe as a country, we have no reason to change the constitutional
provisions in regard to boundary delimitation. The Constitution also provides the factors we need to take into account, including geographical features, community of interest, historical, economic, and cultural ties, population quotas, and communications. These are very, very key issues that must be taken into account. But as a commission, we would like to say this, that one, there's an urgent need to review the boundaries right now. One, because the limitation period is running out. Two, it will also address human rights concerns and cross-border disputes and conflicts that we are seeing around constituency boundaries, especially conflicts over markets and resources. So we think there is need, and very, very urgent need, for review of boundaries so that these issues can come to the table, be discussed, and be cleared. We also consider that there is need, before the boundary delimitation takes place, for elaborate, effective public participation after sensitization, civic education, and very, very robust public awareness, because we must carry our people along. It must have a human rights-based approach. So we must go with the people, we must educate them, we must empower them, and ensure that the next boundary delimitation does not injure markets, resources, and does not lead to conflicts, as we have seen in the last 10 years. The other issue under that was the audit of the 2022 general elections. As a commission, we submit that the audit should be solely for the purpose of improving systems and not for reopening of the result that was declared. It should be for the purpose of improving systems and not for reopening of the result that was declared. Our election monitoring report captured several issues and areas that require improvement in our election processes, and these are the areas I think we need to be spending our energy on, rather than trying to get back to the result that was declared and has taken effect. One is the need to invest heavily in technology, and technology that works for us. We must invest in technology that can enable us to vote from any location, technology that can identify cheating and malpractices, technology that allows us to count the vote as it happens, so that we are able to tell how many people have voted so far, what the vote is, so that the anxiety that goes with elections and election result announcement is dealt with through technology. Secondly, we need to take care of accessibility issues for PWDs. Our reports note with concern that these are issues that have not been taken care of in the past, and this is very, very concerning. Our reports captured instances where women on stretchers and women with the elderly women with the crutches had to access voting stations on second floors in buildings, especially primary schools with no lifts. So we need to urgently redress the issue of voting by people with disabilities and provide ramps for them where needed, and in other places also use technology to assist the deaf, the dumb, and the blind. The other thing is we need to improve the registration of voters, the system of registration of voters, to make it more effective and to also capture a lot more of the citizens. We find a lot of people left out by the vote. If you see the number of registered voters vis-a-vis our population census, clearly we have not done enough on registration of voters. We need to conduct public awareness on voter turnout. We saw that at least 30% or more of the population or the registered voters did not turn out to vote, and this is a great concern. Another area of concern is the litigation process, the court processes, the justice system. That also needs a lot of improvement. Some work needs to be done there. We have too many tribunals in the pre-election period, causing a lot of confusion, causing a lot of delay, and causing a lot of anxiety. We also have the Supreme Court challenges, the timelines, the technicalities, and the lack of access to evidence. These are issues that will need to be addressed if we are going forward. The audit should be able to come up with tangible issues, and then we address them. Shorten the time and anxiety in waiting for the election result. I think this is something that also needs to be thought of. The media needs to be managed better as well. We see that the allocation of time to candidates is not equitable, and this needs to be redressed. We need to ensure everybody is given equitable coverage during campaign periods. Everybody is also given fair news reporting. The need for fair news reporting is very, very key. Management of social media, hate speech, intimidation, and fake news, something also that we highlighted in our reports. The other thing is the tackling of election offenses and malpractices. I think this is where the rain beats us quite heavily, because a lot of candidates, a lot of their supporters, a lot of opponents engage in election offenses, which would actually lead to them being barred from contesting. But we don't see the whip being cracked. It is time to crack the whip with more authority in terms of election offenses and malpractices. This may bring some order into the room in terms of how we do things. And then better crowd handling skills for IEB staff. This was noted as a concern into how IEBC staff were handling people in some of the election stations. So that is it for the electoral justice issues. On outstanding constitutional matters on cost of living, a lot has been said. We've followed what has been going on here. We note Article 43 of the Constitution protects ECOSOC rights. This is economic and social and cultural rights. The Constitution also protects the dignity of the person and security of the person. High cost of living has negative impacts and human rights negative impacts on security of the person. It leads to a lot of insecurity and challenges around that. It affects the dignity of the person. If you can't afford your basic needs, your dignity is affected to a great extent. It affects the health of the people and the health of a nation at large, especially the mental health of our people. And we've seen a lot of psychosocial problems affecting our country now. Not just the youth, but affecting everyone across the board. We've seen a lot of suicide, we've seen a lot of violence. All these are manifestations of mental health, depression, some that may be tied back to cost of living. Then it also affects nutrition, food, hunger issues, all that is tied in. As a commission, we ascribe to what has been said here before in terms of taxation, in terms of fiscal policy review and issues like that. But before any of that is done, as a commission, we call for effective public participation on any law or policy affecting the cost of living. We need to carry our citizens along on that. I think that is key. On the two-third gender principle, again, a lot has been said. It's a constitutional requirement that continues to be violated despite court rulings and the advisory by the Chief Justice in the past. The Commission has also in the past proposed amendments to that gender rule and provided us a solution to achieving that through nominations like happens in the county assemblies. Appointments continue to disregard the principle of the two-thirds gender rule, and the weak link in all this is the lack of a clear redress mechanism. There are no clear means of bringing into control an administration that does not make appointments that meet the two-thirds gender rule. Maybe we should amend the law to freeze funding to any entity that does not meet the two-thirds gender rule. That way we'll probably be cracking the whip. We need to hurt a little, and then maybe we will comply. But it is time you give the citizens of Kenya gender equality, gender parity. I think it is time. On issues of governance, promoting national unity, inclusivity in public appointments, Article 10 speaks to our national values, and these are the issues we are speaking to here. The president and elected leaders are supposed to be symbols of national unity. But we see that we have a lot of hate speech, a lot of negative comments coming from persons in leadership, divisiveness coming from persons in leadership. We have severally, as a commission, highlighted these instances and called on NCIC to act. And hopefully we, as a commission, believe this dialogue could lead to more tolerance and compassion for one another. We hope that we can all be peace ambassadors going forward. Let's exercise empathy for one another. Now, on the third issue, which is fidelity to political parties, we say political parties are actually the fulcrum for democracy. It is through parties that citizens exercise their political will as they donate powers to their elected leaders. It is expected that political parties in their operations uphold good governance and democratic principles. The Commission, in its many reports, finds that most political parties have weak internal governance structures that make them susceptible to interference. The Commission says that there's no need for changing law. Parties just need to abide by Article 91 of the Constitution and abide by principles of good governance, promote democracy through regular, fair, and free party elections, respect and promote human rights, fundamental freedoms, gender equality and equity, respect rule of law, respect and adhere to the provisions of the political party's code of conduct, not be based on region or ethnicity, which probably is one of the factors that beat us a lot, discourage violence, intimidation of members, supporters, and opponents, desist from bribery and corruption, and should not use public resources to promote its interest. These are actually all the principles enunciated in Article 91 of the Constitution. If we abided by it as political parties, I think political parties would be stronger and would serve their members and supporters better. On the issue of CDF, National Government Affirmative Action Fund, and the Senate Oversight Fund, we want to reiterate here that the Supreme Court has already spoken to this issue. And the Supreme Court has stated the unconstitutionality of this issue. And I think we should not reopen that matter. We should allow national government, executive government, and the county executive to run with matters of development for the counties, for the wards, and for the constituencies. I think there are instances where it may be beneficial. I've had lots of students who say, yes, the money I got for school fees helped me, but it is mostly misused. As a commission, we have received several complaints around these funds, as the complaints range from sexual harassment to corruption to discrimination. So we believe the better oversight is to leave this to the national executive and the county executive and go by the Supreme Court ruling on the matter. On the issue of state officers, which wants to introduce 2 officers, we believe as a commission that probably the setting up of some of these offices may address the winner-takes-it-all syndrome. That is the reason for the very highly contested elections that we see in this country, the reason why people do not want to go with the results, the reason why everybody puts everything into the race. I think this could be useful, but it needs to be properly entrenched in the Constitution. As a commission, we say that if this is the way the country will go, we must strictly follow the constitutional plan. Let's make sure we follow the provisions in the Constitution for amendment of the Constitution to entrench these officers and then make them valid. Let us not take shortcuts. Secondly, we must have effective public participation. And thirdly, we would say, let us not have a negative economic impact on the cost of living and the economy. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Want to keep it short?
Yeah.
Man, you've done it, and I can see there are 2 interventions, 1 minute each. I think Senator Maria.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, KNCHR. Mine is just two short questions. You talked about minimal or no participation of political parties in the selection panel of the IEBC, which means they play no role or minimal role in the selection panel. Is it informed by any best practices? Is it an opinion based on various studies? So if it is, can you then share them with us as the committee retreats for its own evaluation? And I'm persuaded by that 12 months window that once you change the composition of the panel, then it should not affect the selection for the next 12 months. I want to appreciate from you whether that should apply now based on the political crisis that we are supposed to be addressing, or should it come now in subsequent amendments? And the last question is, I think the idea about trying to constitutionalize all these other funds is largely because of the unconstitutionality of those funds. Once it is put in the Constitution, or is there a risk of having an unconstitutional constitutional amendment in the first instance? And this is a whole regime of study. I totally appreciate your views on the audit.
Thank you. But let me ask you, sorry, as we are consulting, just a quick one, as Honorable Mujin comes in, just to follow up from where Omar has left. You know, elections are purely about politicians and politics, or largely, let me say so. And yet there's this school of thought, which you seem to subscribe to, that politicians should not play any role, or political parties should not play any role in the constitution of a body that manages elections. Early in the morning, some church groups were here. To be exact, the NCCK and the Catholics, bishops. And the NCCK suggested that they be allowed to constitute for us the body, the IEBC. You see, this is a serious clash of opinion. And we really want you to help us because we perceive you to be fairly neutral and objective. Is it conceivable? Is it even really feasible that you can exclude politicians, political parties from an exercise that culminates in the constitution of a body that manages their elections? Yeah, thank you. Mayor. Yeah, I think you mentioned something very important about some divisive remarks, political statements that divide an already divided country, and you have made some, I think, reports to NCIC. But I might surprise you, and I tell you NCIC was here, and they didn't find anything divisive about certain statements. Some of those most famous is dividing this country into a country of shareholders and non-shareholders. Yani kuna wale wa Kenya ni shareholders wanajivunia kuwa wa Kenya, na kuna wale sio shareholders wanavumilia kuwa wa Kenya. But NCIC was here, they said, oh, that is not very divisive. And but there we are. On the reason why we are here, you know, we had demonstrations. The high cost of living sent the Kenyans onto the streets. The issue of the opening of the servers, electoral justice, was one of the reasons Kenyans went to the streets. But our two principals sat and they said we need to sit and talk. That's why we're here. In the course of those demonstrations, there were serious human rights violations. I had expected that in your presentation, you would also address us on the issue of police brutality. There were 72 Kenyans who lost their lives through bullet wounds from police bullets. Many Kenyans were maimed, and some have not recovered as we speak. Would like to hear of that because of life becoming unbearable in Kenya and people carrying sufrias and going on the streets. As we speak, today we hear the UN Security Council has approved Kenya police going to Haiti. Would like you to also address us on that, whether they're well prepared in terms of training, going to a foreign terrain where they neither speak French nor Creole, and whether the abuse we saw here in Nairobi when we were demonstrating will be exported to Haiti, where demonstrations have been against a president whose legitimacy is being questioned. Would like to hear from you on that. Thank you.
Yeah, and just before you respond, you've mentioned that obviously there's need for us to handle IEBC as a matter of urgency. Based on the issues that you've raised, we are past the date for delimitation, and we have constituencies and wards that are currently not represented at all. Now, you've mentioned the need for inclusivity in the panel that will determine the IEBC commissioners. And you did mention a whole list of people who should be included. How many panelists, in your view, should be in that panel?
Please answer in under 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very, very much for those interventions, comments, and questions. On the issue of political parties, Honorable Omar, we will be able to share further submissions on best practices that are out there. We undertake to do that within the next 2 working days. We shall share that. On the issue of whether the 12 months should apply now or later, we would, as a commission, say it should apply later. We should form one now because this is a crisis we are dealing with and we want to address it. There's a dialogue to make a way forward. So it shouldn't apply now, but going forward, I think that's how we should address and look at issues. On the issue of the CDF being constitutional and can we make it constitutional by amendment? Indeed, if we amended the Constitution and say this is grounded there, then it would be legal. But what we are saying as a Human Rights Commission is that this fund has been abused to the extent that it has led to violations of human rights. We are ready to share with you data on some of these reports that we have, and it will enable you consider whether this MP-centered office or a senator-centered office would be the right thing for us as a country going forward. We will share that data with you. Honorable Member of Parliament, you talk about elections being about politicians. I beg to differ. It's about us as Kenyans. It is about our development as a people. It is about societies. It's about democracy. It's about freedoms. It's about Kenyans exercising their rights. It's not just about politicians. This is a developmental issue, and we must phrase it as that. It is not just politicians on the table. We donate power to you. So it all starts with we, the people. So let's not forget that. Thank you very much. Sorry to come out strongly on that. On the issue of police violations, again, Honorable Wamalwa, we have a whole report on that. We will share it by email later today. We documented everything. We spoke to it. We had press conferences on the issue. There is no doubt that there was some sort of excess police brutality at that time. We brought it up, but we also brought out the issue of how citizens also harmed police in the course of all that. And all that is in our report. We will share it with you. On the issue of NCIC, I cannot speak for them, what they consider hate speech or not. But in our view, we have shared with them instances where we think they need to act, and we continue to monitor, and eventually our reports capture what has been taken up, what has not been taken up, and where we think the rain beats us and we need to change. On issue of Honorable Your Excellency, the Governor, issues of inclusivity, I think a good number is 9 to 12. That's what we provide for constitutional commissions or other bodies. So a good number, 9 to 12, 7 to 12, but 9 to 12 I think is a good number to have in there. So those are our submissions. We thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that was a very good presentation from the Kenya National Human Rights Commission. Kindly make sure you give to us the other issues that you have committed to. They'll be useful in us making the decisions we'll have to make. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Azimio.
As Azimio comes in,
Azimio and Kenya.
we should recognize that Honorable Boniface Kinoti Gatobu was here with a memorandum. Since he was not listed to speak, he may not speak, but we acknowledge the receipt of his memorandum. I don't know if he's in the house. Mheshimiwa Boniface Kinoti Gatobu. Thank you. Your Excellency. Thank you.
kindly settle down so that we can begin. Thank you very much. Who is leading the submissions? Is it you, Governor?
I am, Your Excellency.
Karibu, please
Thank
start.
Thank you. We need a moment to settle down.
And as
to
you
get
do,
the
as you settle
technology
down,
connection.
And just to note, you have 20 minutes, like everyone else, so that you make sure you use your time well by sticking to the issues and avoiding too much explanation, so that you're able to meet all your.
Thank you.
as you do, Governor Derito, I'm sure you don't need any introduction to anybody here, but you may have to do a quick introduction of your side. Yeah? It's okay?
Thank you, Chair.
The front, yeah.
Thank you, Co-Chair. We will introduce our members very, very quickly.
Yeah.
And allow me to ask my colleague, Dr. Karugo, to do so as we.
And because you're a huge group, we'll allow you, Governor, because you're a huge group, kindly just introduce the leadership at the front, and we'll be okay with that.
We are sufficiently guided, Your Excellency. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, co-chairs. In front of you is the team from Azimio. We have Barnabas in the far left, is part of the technical team. We have Wakili Ndegwa Njiru. I'm sure he's not a new face to all of you. We have Fred Abongo, also part of the technical team. We have Honorable Maison Le Chamon, also from Jubilee Party. We have then Kavina Lawyer Tim, who is from DAPK, and we have Mr. Manji from Jubilee Party. This is just part of the team. We have a larger part behind us. I think as the chair of Azimio Women's League, allow me to ask all the Azimio women to be upstanding. We presented in front of you a memorandum. We have a representation from about 10 of the coalition parties. The party league chairs are also present. So at some point in the presentation, we will also speak about the 2/3 gender rule. I thank you very much.
Okay, you may proceed now, Governor.
Thank you very much indeed. We obviously have a presentation, a summarized presentation on PowerPoint, but the committee will already have received a detailed presentation of the issues from Azimio. I am Derito Mureithi. I'm chair of the Economic Council of the Azimio Coalition, Azimio La Umoja One Kenya Coalition. So we thank you very much indeed for the time, and we shall make haste. The issues to be addressed as the dialogue committee has agreed and directed, so I won't really delve into them. Cost of living then. And the first item to say about cost of living is that Article 43 of the Constitution places a duty on the state to deliver on the rights and the socio and economic rights under Article 43 to the highest attainable standards. You will find on close examination that the issues of cost of living are in fact contained within Article 43. So 3 broad points we'll address very quickly on the cost of living. And those 3 points are what drives cost of living. And those things are the management of exchange rate, the management of public finances, as well as the mix that is used to manage those instruments. On the question of exchange rate, I think what you will see on the slide before you is what has happened in the last 12 months. That the Kenya shilling has collapsed from 120 shillings to $1 to 150 shillings to $1. The effect of it, of that 25% depreciation of the shilling, that is transmitted directly into the cost of living. So that everything that you are buying this year, this August or this October, is 25% more expensive than it was last year, simply because of the effect of the exchange rate. Of course, the committee will want to address itself, what drives exchange rate. You have had some of it already here from FKE. Portfolio flows, meaning the monies that foreigners come to invest in our stock exchange. And what has happened is that the foreigners have left. That's why the stock exchange is at its lowest point. And I'll show you a slide to that effect in just a moment. Now, we've said to the committee, management of public finances as a key driver of the cost of living questions. Why? Because taxation and borrowing have a direct bearing on what happens to the citizen, and we'll show you a couple of slides on that. Where we are, if you on the outlook, is that we expect. When I say we expect, these are the policies and instruments that have been placed already in Parliament. For example, the budget policy statement and the midterm expenditure framework. What does it call for? It calls for increased taxation. So next year, taxes are expected to go up 400 billion. It calls for continued borrowing, and I'll show you a slide in a moment, that the budget deficit is in the order of 760 billion, and that is expected. That is what is planned. Both things imply that it is not possible to bring the cost of living under control. Third point to make, experts agree we are in dire possibility, we are in debt distress, and the risk of debt default is looming, and all those things show that, in fact, we are on a terrible trajectory. Is it only against the dollar that the shilling is losing ground? That's a chart that shows you what has happened to the shilling in relation to the Tanzanian shilling. If you just go back to the slide, what you'll notice, we're moving from, again, a similar kind of depreciation of the Kenya shilling against Tanzania. So that the argument that this is a global problem is not exactly global for every, what individual countries are doing has a lot to explain the cost of living for their citizens. Now, management of public finances is, honorable members, fairly straightforward. You make spending plans. Those spending plans need to be financed. So either you are taxing to get money to finance your budget, or you're borrowing. Usually, you're doing both. What is the issue? Why is it difficult to bring the cost of living under control? Because the tools that are being used today are blunting economic activity. They are eroding confidence. Again, going back to why is the stock exchange performing so poorly? It is leading to the flight of capital from the securities exchange, and the mix of taxation and interest is not working. The big headline point there is the budget deficit of 768 billion this year, anticipated to be 760 billion next year. Where do you get that data? From the budget policy statement and the midterm expenditure framework. Those are the same numbers in a slide. What you will see there is continued increment of government spending. And if the committee permits, economists think about cost of living or inflation as too much money chasing too few goods. So if you want to bring inflation down, then you have to slow down on expenditure. You don't accelerate expenditure. Now, what the combination of policies is doing is to increase expenditure. Yeah, and you are increasing that expenditure by borrowing. So you are suffering a double whammy. Of course, you will ask us, how then can you reduce government expenditure? What can you do? Well, first of all, eliminate corruption and theft of public resources, eliminate waste, inefficiencies, and imprudent use of public resources. To give you an example, last financial year, last quarter of financial year, so June, May, April, or May, April, June of this past financial year, 193.4 billion went to domestic and international travel. Compare that, for example, to what is expected from the housing tax, which is 70 billion. Meaning, if we did not travel, we may not have needed to collect the housing tax. You could have financed it by just stopping excessive travel. When you look at social protection, which is being reduced, when you look at the resources to counties that are not growing, all of those things could have been resolved if we avoided excessive expenditure. The other thing that happens when you're borrowing, the other thing that happens when you're borrowing is that, of course, you have to pay. So debt service, what is the issue here? The issue is that debt service is now 67% of actual tax collection. Okay? And that slide shows you where is the source of this data. Again, budget review and budget outlook, budget review and economic outlook, as well as the financial statement for this financial year. The point being, can you really grow taxation by 530 billion, which is what is anticipated this year, and can you grow it at a time when the economic conditions are so poor? What is the effect of excessive borrowing? You squeeze out the private sector, and that is what that slide, again, from the quarterly economic review by Treasury, that is what it is showing you. That the spread, the difference between what depositors are being paid by banks and what government is paying those same banks to borrow that money, that's the spread, and what you see there, it is growing. The effect of it is to squeeze out the private sector. And I think FKE were before us, and they explained this point very strongly. This is what FKE was saying, that this, the Securities Exchange is now considered the worst performing. Not considered, that is what the data is showing, the drop being what is on the slide before you. Economic growth, because when you squeeze private sector to the corner, then there is no economic growth. And this is exactly what is happening. If you compare growth quarter to quarter, what you will find is that economic growth has flatlined. Yeah? So with the exception of the COVID recovery in 2021, when you look at quarter two, basically it has flatlined. We dig deeper in two slides. What really, this inflation or this cost of living, what's inside it? What is driving it? That's the way it is. Food and fuel. So the policies we pursue must address food and fuel costs. But this is the outcome of what has happened in the last 12 months. And you can see, again, this is a data and graphic from the Kenya Bureau of Statistics. Everything, with the exception of one item there, has gone up with percentages of between 7 and 60-something%. Same there with non-food items like fuel. What you will notice, in fact, this is 1 month old now. This is before the dramatic increase in fuel price this September. So those numbers can only get worse. I know we are fond of blaming international crude prices. That is not fair to anybody because it's not true. That is And this data, again, published by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, that is the way crude prices are behaving. They are on average 34% lower than they were last year. So it cannot be that they are the reason fuel prices are going up. What is to be done? We must stimulate production by reducing interest rates. We must reduce taxation on energy, on fuel, on food. Taxation to SMEs is the only way you can stimulate production. We must have a balanced budget. Some have argued not possible. It is possible. In 2003, 2004, 2005, you had a balanced budget and you are able to implement the items of Article 43, like free primary education, zero-based budgeting, and so on. I have to move faster. Finance Act 2023 should repeal it in its entirety. In any case, the broad policy point is reduced taxation. Next cluster of items, review of or audit of the elections. Now, first of all, the audit is not something being suggested. It is the constitutional provision, and you will find it in all those articles of the Constitution from 1, 3, 10, 81, 88, and so on. What kind of audit? Forensic and systems audit is what is required. Why? I mean, Kenyans as a sovereign, and the Kenya National Human Commission just said the same point, the sovereigns deserve. In any case, audit is a normal process. Every entity of the state, counties, national government, parastatals, everybody gets audited. We must audit this process. And it is by auditing that then we can know what we are fixing. What is the problem that we are fixing with IEBC? So why audit? First of all, there are different numbers from the IEBC server, from the portal. And as you can well imagine, I have mixed feelings about Bomas, but we have different numbers. That's the way the numbers look. When you go by regions, when you aggregate the numbers by region, that's the way it looks. So we must audit. Number 3, numbers must have statistical validity and consistency. Now, these are the results from the Bomas portal. Now, elections happen, honorable members, in a polling station. So you could check candidate A, how many polling stations has she won? Those polling stations aggregate to an electoral ward. So how many wards has the candidate won? That aggregates to a constituency, and that aggregates to a county. How can it be possible for these results to obtain where a candidate wins at the majority of polling stations but does not win overall? We must audit these results. And remember that the IEBC, or the electoral body, for 30 years, 92 to now, with the exception of one general election, something has gone wrong. So we must dig deeper into what are the structural problems that bring this kind of statistical improbability into our life. If you put it in a map, that's the way it looks. Again, how can it be? We must audit the results to know what really went wrong. We want to show you a quick demo about what we mean by auditing the results. And co-chairs, we want to emphasize here that, this is our country, all of us. And an institution that continuously is unable to deliver why we have created it, we must ask ourselves, why is it unable to deliver? This institution, we're just switching, we'll be back there in a moment. This institution, you will notice that the commissioners and the secretariat quarrel all the time. Even when you change the commissioners, you will notice that commissions also fight amongst themselves. You will also notice that the law seems to create unusual decision-making, where a minority view
can prevail over majority view because the chair happens to be sitting in that minority. That is not how decisions are made in the ordinary course of human events. We must audit. We want to demonstrate with one form, Barnabas.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. I just want to take like 4 minutes, not more. I've given you hard copies of some forms to check on, and we want to demonstrate something with them. First, you need to look at them and note that the prints are very small. Those prints are very small, but the signatures are there. That means people signed them, literally. So probably, did they even verify that data before signing on a hard copy format like that? When we look at them on the screen, one of the forms look like that, and then I will give you another form now, which also looks like that. So these are 2 forms. If I click here, that's one of them, and then this is another one. Even by the size, you can see that they are all both the same forms. So looking at them casually by your eyes, they will pass for IEBC forms. One of them is obtained from the Bomas during the election results announcement, and another one is brought later on by the whistleblower who claims to work for IEBC. So we had to take that seriously and compare the 2 forms. So when we compare these 2 forms, we know that what authenticates a form in current technology, one of them is the barcode. If you scan that barcode, it will give you this value, which authenticates that that form, the barcode is correctly placed. When you come to this other form, and then you scan its barcode, also maybe on your mobile device if you decide to, then you will realize that it also gives you this. Apparently, the website that the barcode needs to point you to is pulled down and it no longer exists. So we have these forms, and we were intelligent enough to pick them up while they were still online during the IEBC processes. The next thing that validates a form is the signature. A person cannot decide to sign a form and then later on be given another form to sign without explanation, especially if the forms appear to have some different content. So in other words, the people who signed these forms probably just signed once and took off. So how come the 2 forms seem to have the same signatures again? We have these signatures and we have that signature. This is Japheth Omara, and this is also Japheth Omara. The third thing that authenticates any form is the stamp. Anybody who stamps a form knows that they own that form, literally. So these 2 forms seem to have, again, the same stamp. But then let's look further. If somebody sends you inside to go check the content, you will take off and say, that's too much, I cannot do it. So we had to use another method of figuring out what the content entails. And so let me take you to what we did to confirm the 2 forms for you. What we did is we took the 2 forms and processed them, and then it had to take the results of all the 4 candidates that were there at that time. Then we realized that in every constituency, the Honorable Professor Wajakoya and the Honorable Mwaure, their data did not change at all. If he got 1 in this form, he got 1 in the other form. But when we checked on the other two candidates, that is Raila Odinga and William Ruto, we noticed that there were some changes that were beginning to show up in these forms. Remember, the IEBC whistleblower did not carry this process out. We carried it out as Azimio to check what really happened. Now I want you to look at the last two columns. The last two columns gives us the differences of the votes between the two forms. So if you look at this Maroni Primary School, room 1, Raila got 245 votes and Ruto got 73 votes from the whistleblower's data. Again, Raila got 245 and 73 for Ruto in the Bomas portal data. That gave us a 0 for Raila and a 0 for Ruto. So using that method throughout, we run through this form and then we start noticing differences. We come to this particular station and then we realize that here in the other form for the whistleblower, Raila has 223 and Ruto has 134. And in the Bomas portal, Raila now has 123 and Ruto has 234. That you cannot even verify from that small thing form that is been given to you. Those fonts with the just row I, you cannot even read them. But the system read them for us and gave us that. Then we scanned through and realized that there were some jumpy, fishy operations going on in some of these constituencies. So we looked at another one and we saw here he has, Raila has 277 votes and 102. But then in the Bomas, now he has 77 and William Ruto has 304 votes. Now when we take that throughout, we notice that in this particular constituency, Raila now has negative 550 votes deducted from him, and Ruto has 550 votes added to him. Now, let's confirm with just one form and I'll be done, with just one station, and then I will be done. So let's get to this Gazi primary school from these two forms. So I take you to them. The good thing with computers is that you can zoom and you can check, but the form, you may not be able to do that. So we have Gazi Primary School here. In this Gazi, I guess it's this one. This is 223, and this is 134. But when we come to this particular form, and we go to the same station, which is Gazi, Gazi Primary Room 1. Now, Raila has 123 and Ruto has 234. The Professor Ojakoya and Maure, their votes remain unchanged. The other values also remain unchanged. That is the total valid votes. And also you note that the rejected votes were 7. So this is the consistency we have in all this. Just to check, this is the consistency we have in some of the constituencies, and other constituencies there is nothing that happened, and that is where the total votes that you see in the final analyzed result gives us 8 million in the Bomas in the server.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes.
When we listened to all the other presentations, we were strict on time. So far, this team has done.
I am done, actually.
8 minutes.
I am actually done.
It doesn't matter. People can heckle, can do what. Those are facts, and that's the truth. We were all guided. I'm actually concerned for them because, you know, they have 5 items to present. This is item number 2.
We are sufficiently guided. We thank you, Chair. Now, the next slide coming your way will
just point to when we say audit, what is the tapestry, what does it look like to audit the elections results, so that we are quite clear that it involves not just the polling station results, it involves transmission, it involves the audit, involves the responsibilities of all state actors in the process. Now, it's only upon audit that you can actually reconstitute and restructure the IEBC, because then you know what it is that you're fixing, what went wrong, and therefore what are you fixing. Now, in reconstituting it, obviously, the various parties will want both the opposition and government side to contribute to this on a 50-50. When we say restructure, it's not just about changing the persons who are the commissioners. It's about looking at these institutions, as we said, on a structural level, and that involves, of course, the secretariat. We also think we must separate the election management and boundary delimitation for obvious reasons with boundary delimitation. The IEBC and election statutes must also align to the Constitution, because the chair should not be a sole shareholder or a sole driver of the institution. The chair ought to be a first among equals. The role of the CEO should be in accordance with Article 250. We must also, of course, have enabling legislation for Articles 86 and 138. IEBC should use taxpayers' money, so the elections fund. And there ought to be very stringent penalties for IEBC officers, and this should be taken to personal responsibility so that we can have something that works. Of course, electoral or monitoring technology, not just by IEBC, but also political parties at the polling station level. Political parties should be involved. There was a debate earlier about should politicians be involved. Political parties must be involved in the verification of materials. And also, there should be no statute of limitation on these when people should change the will of the people. So prosecution should be always. Also, there ought to be no changes. There ought to be no changes in electoral rolls inside a 6 months window to the general election. Now, we need to make provisions for PWBs in exercise of their rights at Article 38. Again, enabling legislation for youth and vulnerable groups, as well as ensuring the realization of Article 82 for diaspora to exercise their rights. Now, in terms of timeframes, the timeframes need way better management. For example, and we'll come back to this point in a moment, the timeframes for dispute resolution, even within party processes. I want to move to the fourth cluster of issues, governance and the rule of law. Article 10 binds all of us in terms of the national values and principles, all of us being state organs, state officers, and so on. And it is clear that we are doing very badly on this score. Whereas promises had been made that there will be no extrajudicial killings, what the independent medical legal report shows is 128 cases of extrajudicial killings in the last 12 months. The same report shows that the number of torture cases or cases of torture has doubled to 482 cases. The committee made the point earlier that we are here because Kenyans went to the streets demanding certain changes, particularly the better management of the cost of living. During those demonstrations, and they were peaceful demonstrations, there were systematic and targeted political arrests of Azimio leaders and their supporters. Most were detained,
many held incommunicado and in secrecy, and ultimately released without charge. I myself was twice arrested, detained unlawfully in Nyahururu. I've been required to visit that police station every other week. Up to date, no charges have been laid upon me. You all know the case of Maurice Ogeta, who is the security aide to the Azimio leader, who was himself abducted and detained in an unknown location without food. Allow me to just give you a glimpse of what we are talking about if you focus on the following video.
Governor, kindly take note of that your time is truly up. Just take note of that.
Absolutely.
It's truly up.
The point we only want to demonstrate with this video, look at that citizen and the violence being visited upon him. A very sad day indeed for our republic. Again, this next clip shows you what happened to a young man called John, and we will show you in just the video. Suffice it to say, ultimately, John unfortunately passed on while being treated in ICU. I'll pass given time, but again...
let's agree that we can look at that later.
Absolutely.
Please finish.
In our own records, it is 92 persons who are shot dead, not 72. And of course, there have been selective treatment of Kenyan citizens. Recently, there were protests in Uasin Gishu, and no police violence was visited on the citizens there. Again, on police brutality, if you focus on the image on your screen, you have to ask yourself, is that person holding a firearm, is he or she a police officer? And what is their role in a scenario with demonstrators? Why are they there? Again, on governance, we've seen a systematic dropping of corruption cases. One cannot help but believe coercion is in play, that members appointed to government find their corruption cases dropped by the DPP. There's been a complete contempt of ethics. For instance, recently, persons were pardoned under power of mercy with no consideration whatsoever of the victims or indeed following the rule of law. Threats have been made to the judiciary and to judges themselves, in direct violation of the Article 166 that guarantees their independence and protection. We have seen subversion of the course of justice. A case in point is what happened at Mumias, where individuals were told that there are only three options: jail, deportation, or heaven. And Kenyans, of course, subsequently coined Mambo ni Matatu out of that. We have seen undermining of the Senate. This continues, particularly with the question of the Finance Act and the disregard of Senate. Remember, the law is that everything that touches on counties must involve the Senate. On the question of inclusivity, two quick points to make here. Only 13% of the PSs are women, and that clearly cannot be what the law contemplates. In addition, more than 50% of the slots go to two regions, being Central and Rift Valley. I'm rushing because of the urging of the committee.
No, your time is truly up, Governor.
It's not a question of rushing. I think it's time he stops.
Yeah. And therefore,
seriously,
what we recommend on inclusivity, the rule of law, Madam Chair, a public apology.
Do you think it's good that you also listen to what we have to say? That your time is up. You have now done 1 hour, to be honest.
You guys are
and yes, you have done 1 hour. And we had agreed that each team gets a maximum of 30 minutes. You've now done 1 hour, and you're clearly far from finished.
Yeah,
So I think we be
Madam Chair,
allowed
we are
to
not,
ask questions
we are not
now.
far from finished. We are not far from finished.
Let's urge that you wind up.
Oh, you see, Chair, just before that, allow me to register protest.
And you know, as you register, Aaron,
Yeah.
I think the country has taken cognizance of the fact that this is the main complainant. So clearly, we should be able, as a healing process, I want to suggest, listen to them.
No, but
Not just
but,
brush things under the table.
Co-chair, while I agree with you completely, you'll agree they have had an hour which we haven't provided to any other group before you. So clearly, yeah, it's been an hour. It's been an hour.
No, the only thing I wanted to ask, co-chair, I agree with your guidance. Maybe you just need to guide on how many more minutes do we give them, given the fact that when KK was here, I personally hurried Malala out of the seat because I was respectful of the rest of the people that needed to present before us. So maybe if you could guide on a proposal of 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Kindly, please.
5 minutes, yes.
Okay, 5 minutes, we have agreed, please, because you have not even addressed the issue of fidelity to political parties, which I think is key.
I think the two.
If you can do that in a minute. Yeah.
And the gender rule is not yet.
I think the gender rule has been so well canvassed before this committee, but not so much the issue of Jubilee, for example.
It is 403
You want
by
to get away
408.
without
You
talking
should be
about
done.
Jubilee. Huh? So, Fadhali, just take.
We are guided. The gender rule is up. CK, 1 minute.
We'll take into account the gender rule.
Thank you very much. I think it's important that we give Azimio women this chance because we actually put together a memorandum to this.
Please
committee, and I'll do that
proceed.
in 1 minute.
Proceed.
So as Azimio women, there are three broad issues that we have canvassed, and we have looked at the 6 bills that have been in Parliament that have failed. We've also looked at the 6 petitions that have been to the Office of the Chief Justice that have also failed, and we also looked at the BBI, and therefore we saw 3 overarching ideas. One, the issue of anchoring the responsibility and implementation of the 2/3 gender rule in the Constitution. And we hold the view that a lot of these things must be anchored in the Constitution, including the formula of exactly how to execute the 2/3 gender rule. There is the issue of the proportional member representation. That has been canvassed greatly. We have looked at models like what is going on in South Africa, where then where people are elected not based on constituencies, but based on both genders and both representation. There is also the proposition of Senate having a 50-50 presentation, having 47 female senators and 47 male senators. That has been canvassed largely by Azimio women as one of the propositions. So to the formula that we think can unstick us is a basic formula, really. I know it looks like it has lots of algebra, but what we are saying is look at the proportion of elected underrepresented gender. And when we say gender, sometimes people think it's about women, but really it's only because women are currently the underrepresented gender. So we're saying that that proportion should add to a variable that we are calling X, and it should be equals to the 34% constitutional requirement on the number of underrepresented gender in both parliaments. So that's a simple formula. So all we're saying is after the election, look at how many women have been elected, look at the proportion that is required to make the constitutional requirement, and top up the rest. I thank you very much.
Well, that's exactly what's happening at the counties, isn't it? So you're saying
we're saying that we bolster the
we borrow from the counties, county assemblies. Perfect.
Article 177.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Dego Njiro. I am here to submit on the position of Jubilee.
You have 2 minutes. We said, yes, you have 2 minutes.
And as such, Honorable Chair, we are here to...
That's a point of order. Did you say you want to submit on the police brutality? For political parties?
No, political parties.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's a thing I personally would urge that you put on the table.
Thank you, Chair. We are addressing the question of political infidelity that has been perpetrated by the current regime, and most especially when it comes to the question of Jubilee. We have seen impunious acts and conduct that have been perpetrated, one by the Office of the Registrar. The Office of the Registrar is holding brief for the current regime to the extent that she has mutilated her functions as decreed by the Political Parties Act. It is therefore a recommendation that the office of the registrar ought to be made independent, and that it ought to be insulated from the interferences that has come from the current regime. Number two, on the question of minority and the majority in Parliament. The reason why the majority and minority in Parliament has been mutilated to the extent that now the person who is sitting in the minority ought to be sitting in the majority, that is Honorable Opio and I, is because Parliament has been captured by the executive. And how did we begin this capture? We began by the fact when we had the Speaker of the National Assembly being an affiliated and an active partner of the ruling coalition. That means that person lost his objectivity and his impartiality, and that is why by the ruling that was delivered on that particular fateful day to the Kenyans, we ended up losing the majority. Number three, why are we having political parties infidelity? Is because the state is the one that is creating aggression and rebellion in political parties. And we've seen a state-sponsored rebellion within Jubilee political party to the extent that the individuals who were nominated by Jubilee, by Azimio to Parliament, they are now dining and wining with the state. And that is an aggression against Article 4. It is a mutilation of Article 4 in the sense that it has completely changed the dynamics and the diagram, the political diagram of political party, of multi-party democracy. And perhaps that could have been caused and triggered by the history that this country has undergone. There are some individuals who perhaps may or may not be involved. They are the ones now at the realm of power. They were not involved in the fight against multi-party democracy. They were not involved in the promulgation of the new constitution, and therefore they do not understand the dictates and the provisions of the new constitution. So we are calling upon Kenyans and recommending that political parties must be respected because it's the backbone of our democracy. The office of the registrar must be constituted by a person who is capable of adjudicating over the disputes, and for this we are proposing that the holder of that office must at least be a person who is capable of being appointed to an office of a judge. I rest my case.
Thank you. Very well. Can we now ask questions or clarifications? Committee?
Yes, Madam Chair. We wished you could allow. Yes.
It is the committee
Honorable.
that I'm allowing now to ask questions, clarifications, whatever it is.
Indeed. I go first.
Thank you. Senator Aaron.
Thank you, Chair. I want to appreciate the team from Azimio for finding time to as well come because I think like both of you chairs have guided. It's important that we speak to each other and not talk at each other, because that is what was prevailing. I have listened to the presentation of Azimio, and I have a few questions or perhaps comments, chairs. In your presentation, Governor Nderitu, will you perhaps maybe care to just elaborate, because I saw, and your presentation was quite an interesting one, because it has what you would easily refer to as political juxtaposition. All your data all your data and statistics curiously begin from September or thereabouts, 2022. Somebody will easily imagine that either the country didn't exist before then, or for some reason it's not an area that we need to focus. But that is not important. What is a place of political instability? Political instability as a factor and a contributor to the deteriorating state of our economy? Because I see you listed quite a number of factors, our import and the rest. What is the significance of that aspect? Second and last comment, Chair, is that the presentation on the audit is something that perhaps struck my curiosity, because, you know, these are issues that have been canvassed. And the simple question one will ask if you didn't know better, is where was all this information during the Supreme Court hearings? Because the funny bit is the stories that you are now canvassing before the committee were equally brought to the attention of the Supreme Court. If you read the ruling of the Supreme Court, I think from paragraph 140 all the way to 144, it goes into detail about these alleged forms and IEBC presentations that is now being made before this committee, that were then made before the Supreme Court, and that the finding of the Supreme Court were that those were not legitimate documents. It didn't come from IEBC, but it came from your side, and when checked or counter-checked against what IEBC presented before the court, they were found actually to be forgeries. And it's elaborate, captured. Supreme Court ruling 142, paragraph 140 to 144. You know, finally, Chair, it's important even as we present this committee to remain factual. I know for a fact, for example, just to pick curiously out of the presentation by Governor Nderitu, I saw he presented, let's say, a count of MCAs. I know for a fact that if you check the count of MCAs in across the Republic, Kenya Kwanza has well over 692 elected MCAs. Azimio has 561, without including even the contested parties, which include UDM and what's the name, the Kiraitu party, and the rest. The margin is elaborate. So even as we come to present before the committee, let us not forget that there is a history of what led to us being here and remain factual about it. You know, Chair, just in 10 seconds as a last comment, there is a question which I was hoping perhaps Nderitu and his team will respond to. And this was asked by Justice Smokin Wanjala in the case of the Supreme Court. He didn't mention that, okay, we hear your case. As Azimio, you make the argument that you don't trust the technology that was used, that somehow it was hacked. Then he asked, explain to us then how the forms that were physical, marked and signed at the polling station, equally transported eventually before to the National Tallying Center. How could somebody have made an alteration? Because if you recall, and there are quite a number of you that participated in that exercise, randomly, just out of the blues, the Supreme Court picked, I think there were 15 or 30 or something polling stations, and they say, please counter-check what is on the portal if it matches randomly. And curiously, 100%, word for word, point for point, figure for figure, they matched. And that is something which has never been explained up to date. That you could make the case and say, oh, we didn't trust the technology, there were these stories about the forms, what about the physical one? Where were they hacked?
Okay, somebody else?
I wanted to find out, sorry.
Yes, Honorable Andai.
I wanted to find out this mutilation or inversion of Jubilee Party by what you refer to as the state, okay? To what extent has it contributed to the erosion of the multi-party democratic culture as was envisaged by the liberators, the second liberation heroes? And finally, on Jubilee again, those who you would want to refer to as masqueraders, who have taken over Jubilee from the legitimate owners, to what extent have they gone in terms of misappropriating the resources of Jubilee? Yes.
Hassan?
One of our former cabinet secretaries is here, and Eugene usually proudly refers to his stint in those previous government, in the previous government. I think Nderitu being, I think, a person in the finance field, in the economic, I think that's your background. I think you've realized over the last 10, 15 years, Kenya has become a net importer of food. We import everything. It's not a situation that we crystallized, there are real natural market forces there. You decide to subsidize consumption. Kenya Kwanza comes in and decides to subsidize production. The whole idea is to ease partly the demand on the dollar, which we mop 4.2 billion to 5 billion annually to buy food. Maharagwe, viazi, not viazi, mahindi, mchele, sukari, everything. So what we say, let's provide fertilizer. Let's boost our production so that we ease the demand on the dollar. This dollar you're talking about, we started a G2G program about 4 months ago. At that point, skizeni, at that point, you laughed at Bomas when the current president was presenting. Don't laugh again. You might end up having the last laugh. So we started the G2G 4 or 5 months ago. When we did the G2G, the dollar was doing 139, 140. It slid back to about 130, and then it went up again because there's still a demand on the dollar. There are Kenyans holding dollars. There is $8.5 in the market, $billion in the market. Kenyans are not releasing these dollars for speculative reasons, and for that reason we have an artificial crisis that is occasioned by the shortage of dollar, and that's why the Kenya shilling is sliding as part of the rationale that you can also use as you try to help us to navigate this crisis. So my understanding the dollar, understanding what we are doing in terms of the right things and the wrong things. So how does demonstrations help to bring down the dollar prices? How does demonstrations help to bring any of this sanity into our market? Number two, you know, I was part of a political formation that you have currently joined. I'm now on this side. Some of my friends, Opio and I, are on that side. You know, it's not the first time after an election we've had our own results and our own numbers and our own tally. So I think these kind of results, if they did not find traction in where they needed to be presented, it is a good political narrative for you to have to galvanize your support base. But I think the truth is, as one of the lawyers told you, let it go. It's time we move on.
Well, you may not like what he's saying, but even us seated here didn't like all you said, but we were silent.
They have the right to.
That's the difference. Yeah.
One thing, Derito, if you allow me, because you're representing Azimio, La Umoja One Kenya, what would you say to the role of Parliament with regard to strengthening multi-party democracy, and particularly coalition arrangements? I'm surprised you didn't point out the fact that these coalitions, deputy whip in Parliament, is not working for the coalition. I'm surprised you left that out, and I think it's important to point that particular aspect out.
Honorable Eugene.
Thank you very much. I think my colleague Honorable Omar is really trying to defend the indefensible on matters cost of living. Of course, he must justify why the dollar has misbehaved. But
maybe Eugene, you could also have a friend say, is it applicable to the Tanzanian shilling? Because there's a presentation. If there are people holding dollars, are they holding the Tanzanian shillings?
Tanzania, no, let me respond. Tanzania imports less than we do in terms of food. In fact, Tanzania even exports to Kenya. So therefore, their demand on the dollar is not as high as our demand on the dollar, and therefore there has been a certain weakening by a shilling or so of the Kenyan shilling on the basis of the demand. Secondly, we have removed the controls that the central bank used to have. The central bank used to fix the dollar rate on a daily basis. So you go to buy in interbanks, you get a better rate. You go out in the market, you get a lower rate, you get a much higher rate. So we decided to allow these controls out so that this dollar swims in its own market.
Okay, Hassan, thank you. Let's allow.
That's okay. That's okay.
I think I've been given the opportunity.
I will have a session with Omar and teach him how we did foreign exchange liberalization, even under Moi.
And I will also teach you what you are doing right now.
No, you haven't answered the question about the Tanzanian shilling.
Kindly, Honorable Eugene.
I think the team appearing before this committee today If it was a case, this would be the main complainant on behalf of the people of the Republic of Kenya. And we cannot say, how do protests help? How do demonstrations help? How do carrying sufurias help? Because we know that protests helped us get a new constitution. It's actually protests when our founding fathers protested and went to the forest against British rule. That's how the British were removed from here. It's protests in Eldoret when children's money was stolen, the Finland Fund, that has brought fellows to be arrested to court, and there are 200 witnesses against them. There are protests that led to the stoppage of mechanization in Kericho. When jobs were being taken away from our people in Kericho, they protested. So you cannot say protests mean nothing, because there are those protests that have led us to sit here in Bomas today. So why we're here is to talk to each other, not at each other. And to look at the challenges facing our nation and come reason together to see how we can find solutions. So Governor Nderitu Mreithi, you as the presenter on behalf of the complainant, I want you to just restate the facts. We didn't get the figures properly. Senator Aaron has said on the issues of the awards, he has given the figures. I think just for the record, you are saying according to the evidence that you have, the number of votes that according to your evidence that Raila Odinga got, can you be specific? It was the tail end of your presentation, it didn't come out clearly. The number of constituencies that Azimio won versus Kenya Kwanza, and the counties and the regions. I think we want a clear picture because we can see a blue and yellow map, but you are not clear on the figures that you are talking about. And we are asking for opening of this service so that the truth can set this nation free. So that is why we're here. Apart from the issue of the cost of living, many Kenyans cannot make ends meet, and that is why they went to the streets. You have made proposals, and I'm hoping in your detailed presentation, you have proposed the specific taxes. It's not just enough to say reduction of taxes. The churches, the religious leaders have said, reduce the taxes. FKE has been here. We have professionals who have been here. All of them are talking the same language. But to help this committee, and we know your vast experience in matters finance, please be specific. Like on fuel, we have about 16 taxes and levies. Which ones are you specifically proposing should be scrapped or reviewed downwards? Because that is what really sent the cost of living high when we moved VAT from 8 to 16%. On electricity, we have almost another 10. So putting 20 levies and new taxes at once on the shoulders of a Kenyan. Please be specific in your recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Response, 5 last minutes, kindly.
Excuse me, I had one question on the...
Yeah, but let it be as brief as possible.
Yeah. Now,
yeah.
Thank you, Governor Nderitu. Part of, the task of this committee is to address issues of accountability, issues of impunity. Now, you have presented some graphic cases where the police are alleged to have used brutal force against Kenyans. Now, from the data that you have, because, even in America, we see some rogue policemen, but you will see action being taken against them. They will be arrested and prosecuted like any criminal. Now, from where you are sitting, do you have any indication as to whether there is any single police officer who has been arrested, taken to court, and charged for any crimes committed against Kenyans by the police. Thank you.
Kindly take note, you have exactly 5 minutes. We have about 10 more teams waiting out there since 2 p.m. Kindly.
No police officer, to our knowledge, has been held to account. As a matter of fact, they have been congratulated by the highest leadership in the regime. I agree with the co-chair that we may not always agree with what each other is saying. I think that's why we are talking. The senator may not agree with our figures, but isn't that why we need an audit? I mean, that's the whole point. Yeah, that we are looking for a neutral arbiter to do so. The question that he asked about the Supreme Court, the whistleblower came way after the Supreme Court matter had been settled. On the matter of Jubilee Party and the illusion of multipartyism, the whole parties are the foundation of democracy. Without functioning political parties, we cannot possibly have democracy. It is incumbent on any regime in power to let parties operate in the manner that is contemplated in the Constitution. So the continued aggression against Jubilee Party, the fact that Jubilee Party and other parties, when they change parliamentary leadership, for example, those changes are not implemented because speakers have taken a partisan view. It is well known, for instance, that Jubilee Party and Azimio coalition have communicated changes to who should be the deputy whip in the assembly, and this has, for more than 6-7 months, not been acted upon by the speaker. So it is clear and that if we continue on this trajectory, we will certainly go back to where we were in the days of a single-party system. On the question of resources of Jubilee Party, and these are matters being also contested in court, the evidence is that the masqueraders have been allowed by certain actions of officers of state to access Jubilee resources from their accounts. Citizens go to the streets because all other avenues are closed to them. It's not the citizens' wish that they wake up every day and they go to maandamano. So if you ask the question that how does maandamano help manage the economy, you are obviously asking the wrong question. Citizens, Article 1 of the Constitution gives sovereignty to the citizens. The Commission before us said citizens donate powers to those they elect. So if those we elect are not paying fidelity to the Constitution, that is why citizens go to the streets. Regimes that become dictatorial, when citizens complain, they say that that is political instability. But I also want to remind regimes, not just in Kenya, but throughout the continent of Africa, you have seen that citizens do in fact get regimes out of power.
Governor, less than a minute.
On the G2G program, it did not address any of the issues of the cost of living. It actually added costs. Which costs? Interest rates on or interest paid on the LCs. It added, as the honorable member observed, the exchange rate loss. And those are the things that were transmitted to the citizen this September. The reason petrol and or fuel prices in general went up is because of the effect of the G2G. It is not because of international crude prices, and we have demonstrated so to the committee.
Chair, there was a question that was put to me by Honorable the Majority Leader Opiyo Ndai. the question of the embezzlement of the resources of Jubilee. We must all understand that the motivating factor that has caused rebellion in Jubilee was not for the proper management of the party, but for the purposes of grabbing the resources that belongs to Jubilee. As we speak, that is happening. The spillage of the political party funds and the properties of Jubilee is happening under the watch and under the auspices and guidance and supervision of the registrar of political party. Letters have been written because the High Court gave conservatory orders dictating that the current office is the one that is going to exist until the case is heard and determined. Even with that order, impunity has dictated to those offices that orders should not be respected, that the rebellious group in Jubilee should manage the resources. I am informed as we speak about 90 million Kenyan shilling cannot be traced, cannot be accounted, no transparency. It was never sanctioned by the party. That is the kind of the democracy we have established. Finally, on the question of the impartiality of the Speaker of the National Assembly, that must be addressed. There is no way a ruling coalition can have a partner who becomes the head of the second or third organ of government being an affiliate of a leading coalition. You can never have impartiality, and that is why currently Honorable Sabina Chege, despite the fact that she has been whipped by the political party, still holds out, masquerades, and holds out as the chief whip for the party.
Thank you so much, Governor.
May I just answer the question by Honorable Amalwa? Yeah.
30 seconds, Governor. Kindly, you'll agree with. You've now done 1.5 hours.
The specific numbers are the following. I'll just read the numbers. 24,499 polling stations for the Azimio candidate, 21,703 polling stations. You asked what is it in terms of electoral wards? 803 electoral wards, 648 for the KK candidate. In terms of constituencies, and remember here when we count constituencies, we count diaspora. So it should add up to 291. 160 versus 131.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Governor.
I think
we'll end it there. Thank you very much, Azimio, for coming and making a good presentation.
The whistleblower speaker.
I just really wish to Governor Derito, I just really wish you were the finance minister of the past regime, because the debt we are in will not
the current regime.
There would not be. We would not be struggling paying debts had things been done well. That's a fact. Today ni siku ya kusema ukweli. I wish you were the one.
We also did not come here to co-opt him.
But I think they'll do a good job as an opposition.
With that, we thank the committee for the time accorded us. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Asante sana. Please use the door to the right to exit so that the others can come in. Thank you.
The Coast Parliamentary Group.
You know there are other people who came way earlier.
Yeah.
Way earlier.
Well, CPG go up.
Where is what team is coming in? Kindly, Secretariat. CPG. You know we have how many more agreements?
No.
Kindly, if you are exiting, hi, Patty Onyango, Asante, good to see you. If you're exiting, kindly do so quickly and silently, kindly. Now, the Coast Parliamentary Group, karibu sana, but I want us to agree on certain things. Number one, we have another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 groups waiting out there. Today is our last day. It is now it's actually 4:37 p.m. So you'll agree with me that the most we can do with you, both presentation and any questions, is 15 minutes for us to be able. We can't keep people here into the dark. So kindly, 15 minutes, go straight to the point. Don't explain too much. We will hear you. Just go straight to the point. And you have exactly 15 minutes. And it is now 4:37. At 4:38, 4:53, I'll be stopping you. So you better move quickly so that you maximize on the little time that we have for you.
Thank you, Session Chair. My name is Danson Mwashako, Member of Parliament, Undanyi constituency, and the current chair of Coast Parliamentary Group. I'm here with a few of my colleagues who, if you allow me, just say a name, introduce themselves, and then we proceed.
It's not time for that.
Okay.
There's no time for that.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I want to make submissions on behalf of Coast Parliamentary Group. This is a caucus bringing together the leadership of, the elected members of Parliament and the nominated members of Parliament from Coast Region. Chair, we want to submit to this. First of all, we want to say that we do recognize this National Dialogue Committee, famously called Bipartisan Talks Committee, and we're here to make submissions with the full realization that our submissions will be carried. I'll start with the boundary delimitations. Chair, as CPG, the Coast Parliamentary Group, we have the view of that the 290 constituencies, as currently established in our constitution, should not be subject for discussion. The legal provision of having some of them protected should ideally be dropped, and therefore, if there is any consideration around population to create new constituencies, then the constitution should be amended to consider 290 going up, but the 290 should remain as they are today. Equally, in Coast Region, we have 3 of our counties that are extremely populated. We are recommending that Kwale gets 2 additional constituencies. We're recommending that Kilifi also gets 3 constituencies, and then Mombasa gets 3 constituencies. With the view of understanding how Lamu County is, we know in terms of population threshold may not meet the threshold, but because of the uniqueness of islands and what have you, we're also recommending 1 constituency for Lamu County. Chair, we've had a perennial problem around our boundaries, the so-called Coast Province. The current Coast Region, we have a lot of encroachment from other counties that neighbor the Coast Region. And therefore, we are recommending that the colonial Coast Region boundaries, that is the Coast Province, remain unchanged, and so that we can settle the encroachment from other counties. In particular, we have an issue with Garissa, we have an issue with Makueni, we have an issue with Kitui, and we have an issue with Kajiado. Number 2, Chair, this one I'll mention in passing, because though it's an important point. As Coast Parliamentary Group, we emphasize that NGCDF, NGAF, should be enshrined in the Constitution. We are also saying that Ward Development Fund, should also be established and also find its space in our country's Constitution. Number 3, there is an imminent privatization or concessioning of the Mombasa port and the Lamu port. Chair, as CPG, this privatization is of great concern for all of us. And the coast region, we, pride ourselves to be the custodians of the Mombasa and Lamu port. And therefore, any debate to either concession, either privatize, either lease, must be brought to the attention of the coast people. And having said this, Chair, we are asking that whatever is going on now, the coast leadership must be involved, because it's a constitutional provision that a public participation must be undertaken. Having said that, we have seen the government do so much for Western Kenya when it comes to sugar issues. We have seen a lot happening in Mount Kenya concerning coffee issues. So anything touching on the port of Mombasa must also be, brought to the attention of the leaders. And the leaders are the CPG and the Council of Governors and the Jumuiya ya County za Pwani. Chair, I want to talk about our natural resources, and I combine it with national parks. Recently, the President announced a 50-50 revenue share between national parks, that's host counties, and national government. Chair, we are in support of this revenue share, but we're asking this committee to bring to Parliament an amendment to the law so that this can indeed find itself in law, so that this sharing can start as soon as possible. But having said that, we still have an issue with Savo East, Savo West. The park has encroached into human settlements, and therefore we would like the redrawing of the Savo boundaries so that then we can separate the human settlement and the parks. And talk about the blue economy and specific regional investments. Chair, the same emphasis that is put in other regions of this country on their resources, we would like more or additional funding to be put in the blue economy. We would like additional funding to be put to revive our cashew nut industry, Bixa and coconut industries. We see a lot of emphasis currently with the current government trying to revive a lot of other things, agricultural and such like activities, want the same zeal applied for coast region. Let's go to land and historic injustices. The coastal people have suffered the most when it comes to land injustices in this country. And we know the current president campaigned in the platform of settling the squatter issue. Chair, this has remained rhetoric for a long time. We don't see budgetary allocation to settle this issue. We have absentee landlords that still claim ownership of these lands. So government should put money aside in every budget, including the supplementary budget, to settle the squatters issue in coast region once and for all. In addition to that, we would like a review of Tarda land boundaries to protect the Tana Delta Ramsar site and community settlement areas. We have an issue in Tana River, Chair.
Sorry, Mheshimiwa, just to let you know, you have exactly 8 minutes to go.
Okay. So we're also asking for, there's a big land in Tana River and Kilifi, Agricultural Development Corporation owned Galana Kulalu, currently owning 1.6 million acres of land. We're asking that through this committee, they do release 1 million acres to go to the people of Tana and Kilifi. Because honestly, this is a historic injustice. Only 1.6 million acres by Agricultural Development Corporation is not a good thing. Allow me to go to, because of time, equity and inclusivity. Chair, Kenya belongs to all of us, and every citizen must feel part and parcel of this country. But we know appointments that have been made by successive regimes have disadvantaged the people of Coast Region. And these appointments are not only restricted restricted around cabinet appointments and principal secretaries. We are talking about heads of parastatals. We are talking about ambassadors. We are talking about the entire formation of government. We are saying as Coast Parliamentary Group that equity and inclusivity must be applied across board. And having said that, Chair, we know recently we had a recruitment by Kenya Revenue Authority where 2 communities got ally over 70% of those positions. We are recommending as CPG that when government agencies and parastatals, particularly even when it comes to security agencies, KDF, Kenya Police, prisons, and what have you, before they get out there to ask our young people running, go to the recruitment centers, they should publish the numbers in advance so that we know what numbers will be picked from what sub-county, what county. Because we understand that most of these numbers are, when recruitment is done and it happens, many areas are disadvantaged. Their numbers go to other areas. And therefore, we're asking the law should be changed to have, before recruitment, numbers published. And including KRA, before they go for recruitment, let them publish how many they're taking from where and which criteria they're using. So that after that, and that report is submitted to Parliament, and after recruitment, another report is submitted to Parliament. I submit.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa.
Honorable Chair, pengine,
Chair.
if they're done, sorry.
Yes, Mheshimiwa.
If they're done, they could use the remaining ways to introduce themselves. They're politicians.
Maybe.
I think Mheshimiwa from Tana River has something to say.
Yes, Chair.
Kindly,
Chair, on the issue of National Park, you happen to be the member of the Energy Committee in last Parliament.
Yes.
I think you know many people lost their life through KWS and what have you. You know Taita Taveta and Tana River has been shrinked in so many ways. So the issue of review of boundaries for national parks should be a priority. Also on that Galana Kulalo issue, where they are saying it is project, people are living there already. But we are saying 600,000 acres to remain with the government, but 1 million to be released to the people of Tana and Kilifi, because already they are there. Also, Chair, on the issue of the boundary of the coastal region, you know, coastal region, the boundary has been drawn for our forefathers and the colonial government to use their wise wisdom. So now there is a lot of encroachment and a lot of dispute surrounding those areas. So, Chair, we are recommending the initial boundary to remain intact. If people of Kenya want to live in coast, they come as the people of Kenya, but encroaching on boundary should be stopped, that one. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
I think we still have, through Chair, we still have some few minutes. I'd like to touch.
No, that includes a time for questions, so you need to, your time is literally up.
Yeah, just to emphasize on the port issue, I'd like to contribute as the Mombasa County MP on privatization or concession of the port. What we are asking is that we have an empty space, a greener space. We don't want anyone to come and take our already infrastructured space where we are getting more returns, only to take for lesser returns. So we are asking, we need more investors, yes, but let them go and do their own infrastructure in an empty space. Let them start business there, we will welcome them. But stopping other people from doing their business and stopping our youth from getting employment, because definitely they're going to take over the port. It's going to be their private property, and they're going to take control over the port. So we are asking them to take an empty space, do their own infrastructure, and start their business from there. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. Thank you. Any other issue? Senator Aaron and then Senator Honorable Hassan.
Just quickly, I welcome CPG. Many of them are people that are personally known to me. They are our colleagues for many years. Therefore, I doubt not their capacity to represent their people. But I have something that keeps on bothering me, especially on the line of the port and all this conversation about privatization and concessioneering of any government institution and facilities. I've listened to you. I've had the opportunity to listen to members of parliament from the sugar growing region on this conversation as well. The problem that I have is that when I listen to you, when I listen to them, you ask questions just like your citizens as well. Yet you have a premium platform that they don't have in the form of parliament. Has any of you tabled and requested the Ministry of Transport, for example, to come and explain to you what exactly process are they undertaking? What are your fears? Have they been addressed? So that we don't politicize, because many a times it ends up being a politicization of very important issues that can end up bringing development to the very people that you represent. And, because many of them may not have the level of understanding that you have as a leader, they will cheer you on, but eventually you leave them in a far worse situation than they already were in. Case in point, let me just use the sugar growing area, and I come from that particular region. We have government mills that have been stuck with us for the last 50 years. Many of their machinery is aging. Yet each time there are proposals to either privatize or lease, politicians like myself and you, we take to podiums and say, oh, hatutakubali shamba yetu iende, and that is where it ends. So my question to you, Mwashako, have you sought to use the platform of parliament to understand what exactly the ministry is trying to do so as to confirm whether your fears are founded and how they can be onboarded into the conversation?
First and foremost is to welcome you. And number two, based on the concern you raised, I think some of us who, and this might not be the place to say it, but because you raised it, we have personally, in person, communicated to the highest office of this land that there must be a consultative process with the leaders of the coast as per your requests, so that any fears, any concerns that relate, I come from that city, I come from that region, and we will always be there to preserve our best interest. So it's not just a question of consulting with the minister. We might have some concerns and some legitimate issues, and therefore we will make sure that a forum is made available for all of the leadership of the coast region to speak to the issue.
Catherine?
Thank you, Chair. My concern is just to the coastal leaders, especially the ladies. What is your take on the 2/3 gender rule? I really expected you to bring it out, but nothing has come. I can see Mheshimiwa Mishimbogo. I'm sure you will, in your response, touch something on that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you
Don't
please
worry,
wind up
time.
2 minutes. 2 minutes, Mheshimiwa Mishi, say something in 2 minutes.
And yet, Mheshimiwa Mishi,
Yeah.
you don't have to respond, because on the one hand, we are complaining, telling you have 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and then we want to drag this on and on. This matter of the 2/3 gender rule has been so ably, Mheshimiwa Catherine, canvassed before this committee that we can spare a member
They have not said anything about it.
because I
It's the
know her
duty
view.
of-
She wants as many women as she can possibly get.
Mheshimiwa?
Thank you.
Mashako?
Thank you, Chair. I want to respond to what Mheshimiwa Aaron has raised. Indeed, we have started a process in Parliament to pursue this issue, but understanding the delays that come with the legislative issues, we have also visited almost all offices, try to converse around this issue. But I want to say that what we're asking for is what Senator Sarai, Mheshimiwa Sarai has talked about. First and foremost, we are talking about being involved. It really defeats logic that KPA wakes up one day and puts an advert in the papers. Like the port is somewhere in the middle of the sea. There are leaders around that area. And therefore, this idea of, starting a process, then you wait for leaders to start following through. This must come to an end in this country. We must, before doing anything in a certain region, leaders need to be involved. But this is a constitutional principle. How come we just start something and then you want us now to start following the legislative processes and what have you? I think that
Thank you, Moish. I think you have ably spoken to that issue.
But if you allow, Chair, we give Mheshimiwa Mishi to say something.
Mheshimiwa Mishi, can we give you 30 seconds? Just say hi. We need to hear your voice.
Yeah, just to say good evening. My name is Honorable Mishi Mboko. I'm a member of Parliament representing Likoni constituency. And I'm sorry that I'm late, but my colleagues are here. On the issue of the 2/3 gender rule, we are supporting that.
Thank you.
I've been among those who advocate for the inclusion of women in leadership. And it's not about women. It's about both gender. One time, even the men are going to be endangered. So we need to have that law so that at least we have a balance.
Mishi, and I'm a testament to your continued support for women leadership. Thank you. Asanteni sana, Coast Parliamentary Group, kindly. Time is up. Time is up. Really, we have about 6 groups.
I think since they've not said anything, just allow them a minute.
No. Kindly. Thank you. Next group is Mount Kenya Jurists. And Mount Kenya Jurists, you also have exactly 15 minutes. And who is the leader of Mount Kenya Jurists? Who is the leader of Mount Kenya Jurists? Put on the mic there. Thank you. Yokibe Mungai, you're the chair of the Mount Kenya Jurists.
I'll introduce briefly. The chair is Ndegu Wanjiro.
Yes.
Secretary General is Ishmael Guringa. I am a member and one of the legal advisors. We shall speak to the issues that you want to speak. There'll be 3 of us, starting with...
You have exactly 15 minutes. It's now 1 minute to 5. So at 5:14, including question time, at 5:14 will be done.
Okay, we start with my colleague Fanya Mambo, followed by Ishmael. Then we shall try to be very quick so that we can cover a lot of the memorandum that we have presented.
Just go straight to the issue. Don't introduce too many issues. Go straight to it.
Thank you very much. This is Fanya Mambo Kinuthia, the organizing secretary, Mount Kenya Jurists. For us, it's very simple. I will tackle only the part on taxation. And because this has been spoken and it has been deliberated very well at this platform, I wish not to belabor, to repeat what the other people have said. But there's one thing that we have come up with as a proposal as Mount Kenya Jurists, saying that out of the 100% salary that every Kenyan gets, 70% is sacred, that no government should touch that 70%. So we want it to become a constitutional provision that you do whatever you're going to do with 30%. Even God who created the universe is only asking for 10% from us. It's because he knows there's a limit. And you know, God hasn't changed for thousands of years. He's still taking 10% from the world. Na by that tunapeleka kwa hiari yetu. He's not forcing us. So we are saying that subsequent governments need to be aware that Kenyans are at a point where they feel that 30% is enough. And any administration that is not okay with 30% should leave office for those people who are okay with taking less than 30% taxation from Kenyans. Secondly, on the same issue, you see our constitution provides for freedom from servitude. If you read today's standard, Kenyans have become slaves in their own country because some of them are taking less than 30% of what they worked for. And let me tell you, there is an administration that thinks that every time you want to build anything as a government, that the resource for the building of that thing has to come from the pockets of Kenyans. And Kenyans are telling you that as a mother, if you ask a mother, the mother will tell you buying a tennis ball for my son is more important than building houses for the Kenya Kwanza administration. So Kenyans are at a point in place where they feel that their taxes are sacred. And their salaries are sacred. And 70% of what they make should go to themselves and their families. I do not want to belabor that point any further because it has been spoken and said here by very many people. But for us, it's about setting a ceiling. Beyond this, government cannot go. We are ready to give you your 20%, 25% if you are more generous.
You've done well so far, trust me. The next one.
Chair, I know that this is a committee that is suffering serious time constraints, so I just wish to address our concerns to just two issues. The first issue is on the limitation of boundaries. And in this, we'll only address the issue of what you can call urban constituencies. And a case in point is Uasin Gishu. So what we want to say is that there is an urban population that is always disenfranchised, or there is voter dilution. And when you talk of Uasin Gishu, you'll know, or you can call it comfortably, a PISA county, where the urban population does not have any representation because the way the county boundaries are existing, they deny them of any solid representation. The other thing that I would like to address is the issue of the protected constituencies. This is a fallacy, because if you look at these units you call constituencies, they exist within a county. And the so-called protected constituencies, especially in the Mount Kenya region, exist in counties which have the liquid population quota to form the number of constituencies that are currently existing. So if there has to be any border delimitation, then the same should be calibrated to accommodate the same number of constituencies, borrow award here, donate award there, and you remain with the same number of constituencies. I believe that this committee comprises of literate people, and we have submitted our memorandum, and let me not lead through and donate the rest of the time to my team members. Thank you. Chair, we have 5 bullet points for the remaining time in order to do justice to the long memorandum that we have done. The first issue, I think that it is fair, would be to start on the issues of the Jubilee Party. Chair, the reason why we are here as representatives of Mount Kenya Jurists is that we have heard when Azimio was presenting that Jubilee Party have come before this forum. Instead of coming to speak to the issues that is facing Mount Kenya counties, they have come to say how they are being fought and rebellion cost in their people. This issue is absolutely more important than can be imagined from a constitutional perspective. Because for the first time in our country, Kenya's largest community does not have a political party that can be able to speak on its behalf. The last time, during the colonial time, during the mid-1980s, during the era of President Daniel Arap Moi, when the Kikuyu community was disenfranchised economically and politically, you had a serious constitutional crisis that occurred. And therefore, as our first point, the issue of purely somebody imagining that you can take Jubilee Party as the last voice that can credibly be able to speak for the people of Mount Kenya is going to have very serious repercussions in view of the fact that the discontent, and I believe you come from the area, that is boiling in central Kenya, and there is nobody to give voice to that discontent, will ultimately be dangerous to this country. And it is a reason that earlier on, you may have an attempt that when discontent boils, young people will start to be called Mungiki, and you'll have another round of extrajudicial executions that have occurred previously in this country. That's point one. So it's a damn serious issue, whether we have anybody speaking for us. Issue number 2 is this. The fact that for purposes of having a country, Kenya, when you speak about all these issues that you are talking about, audit of presidential elections and all these other issues, it boils down to one simple issue. And that simple issue is this, that in Kenya we have head of state, commander-in-chief, and head of government. Ultimately, in any country, it is the fidelity of the presidents to the constitutions that avoids this maandamano and ensures the country is being governed competently and to avoid financial collapse that has occurred in Ghana, Sri Lanka, and even Haiti. In saying this, we have this in mind, that if we continue to have the current trajectory, in which, for example, you do an elections in the year on the 9th of August last year, so you are president because of the vote outcome on the 9th of August last year. If on the 9th of August last year, the gazetted elections results was that Azimio party was a majority, then it is a moment for introspections by the president. On what basis could members have been sponsored to ensure that Kenya Kwanza would get an artificial majority in parliament and to get its own founder member, Honorable Wetangula, declare that that Kenya Kwanza, which was a minority according to the elections, is ultimately the majority in Kenya. It is our submission as Mount Kenya jurist that if those election results could simply be accepted and respected, it would be possible for this country to be governed on the basis of the actual outcome of the elections. Point number 3, and this is very important for the Mount Kenya people, the issue of resource allocations. The issue of resource allocation, and it touches our heart, that we are yet to see an elected leader from Mount Kenya speaking about this very serious issue. We have had the people dying on queues. We have had the situations where Mount Kenya counties people for bursary are getting 2,000, when other people are educating, and these are personal friends from northern Kenya. People are taking children to colleges in Kenya and even outside on government scholarship. This issue, Madam Chair, must be addressed in 2 perspectives. Perspectives number 1 is that on the issues of counties, and there are some proposals that have been made on how new counties are going to be created. We have, in these proposals, we have 1 county from Mount Kenya. This is Nyambene. If you go by that proposal, that there is only 1 county that is going to come from Mount Kenya, 2 things will happen. We share money in Kenya under the Constitution, based on the number of counties that any community have. So we are running the danger that because of an apparent quietness of the elected leaders of Mount Kenya, you will have a situations in which new counties will be created to 60 or whatever number it's going to be, and Mount Kenya will only have Nyambene. So we have made a proposal in our write-up to ensure that there are additional counties created from Mount Kenya. Perspective number 2 is on what we called the difficulty. If you have a situations where in Mount Kenya counties, no new counties are created, under the presidential elections rules, it will not be possible to viably get a presidential candidate from Mount Kenya, because of the simple rules that you must get 25% in half of the counties. And there will also be the additional issue that in the Senate, despite being the largest community, people like Somalis may end up having greater voice than Kenya's largest community before the Senate. So it's a serious issue that needs to be taken. The last 2 points are these. Madam Chair, I have a reputation.
You have 3 minutes.
I will try to do my best, but let me just make these 2 points.
Without questions.
Yes.
3 minutes, and we have not yet sought any
That's the issue.
questions.
You can avoid the questions.
We don't just... We also seek clarification.
Yes, Chair, but you have discretion. If it is very important, you'll ask questions. The 2 other issues that we need to add to this particular issue is the big issue of Article 43. I mentioned that not because we don't have other important things, but because I have in recent past done several petitions arising from Article 43 of the Constitution. Article 43 is on social and economic rights. Under the constitutions of Kenya, the citizens have rights and obligations. One of the most important obligations of citizens is the obligations to pay taxes. But also, the counterpart or the other side of that right is that you have a right to be treated differently from an economic standpoint when you are a citizen of Kenya. Arising currently from the point of view of the people of Mount Kenya, we have seen very serious incidences in which the whole of Kabukunji, the whole of River Road, and the whole of this trading center in central Kenya are dying. Why are they dying? Because the government of the day is increasingly making policies that these so-called hustlers who supported it are making it very difficult for them to live their lives in dignity, to support their businesses, and to be able to engage themselves. And therefore, it will be important, and I offer in this regard, to do even a supplementary memorandum, that certain laws that makes it possible for the Chinese and other foreigners to thrive in Kenya need to be amended so that we can be able to cure the problems that is boiling up in central Kenya, that sooner or later youth may be called Mungiki in order to that this problem does not come out. Final point is on what I called the risk, and I wish this committee succeeds. Why? If this committee does not succeed, the chances of this country falling into a very serious constitutional crisis is very high. Haiti could become a joke. Why do I say this? And please listen to me, Chair, for 2 minutes. I said this.
No, Kibe.
I need to explain that I have received a lot of money. Madam, 2 minutes, yes.
Just go straight.
I'm going straight to the issue. Those issues that I'm saying there is emerging constitutional crisis, I was paid a lot of money by Kenyan states to be
no, please keep proceed.
Point one. Proceed. I was talking to Aaron. Point one, Chair, is this. There is a legal order that was made in March 2012 to create the current constituencies and wards. That legal order is expiring or lapsing in March 2024. What that means is this, that no other elections can be able to take place in Kenya until you have a new legal order. We do not have IEBC. This is a process that must take 2 years, and under the constitutions, a new legal order must exist 1 year to the elections. Mm-hmm. So the point I am making is that there is no luxury of time, and we are careful. If we are not careful, in Haiti, the crisis partly is there because you did not have a presidential elections for whatever reasons. In Kenya, a legal jam may take you to this crisis.
We've had you. That's a good point.
I have 2 points to finish. On that issue, it's an important issue, Chair. Just two.
But he's just made the point that the committee doesn't have the luxury of time.
Yes, but
that's why, because you understand, I want you to understand one thing. We have 7 other groups behind you who will feel so bad on us that we've kept them.
Senator
and they don't get a chance to ask.
A lot. I am sure that very few constitutional lawyers have spoken before you. Let me just make 2 points. Just 2 points.
This committee treats all Kenyans.
Can I give you 30 seconds, Kibe? 30 seconds.
The second issue.
Yes, 30 seconds, kindly.
Under a High Court judgment, it is required, and this goes to Parliament, it is required that a law be made for purposes of how we delimit locations and sublocations. Parliament has not done this, which is necessary to facilitate constituency boundaries. Final point, therefore, is this, that when we talk about the totality, Chair Lady, of all these problems that we are talking about the economy, so many countries, we keep talking about state failure. From a constitutional point of view, state failures can be triggered by economic factors, and it can be triggered by political factors. These factors, the circumstances that will conspire to create them are already in existence in Kenya. They require competent leadership that is consultative of all Kenyans, that in the fullness of time, if it comes to biting the bullet and a government of national unity is necessary, we may have to go that route to prevent state failure or collapse in this good republic of Kenya. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think now I'll seek clarifications, questions.
Just one.
Yes, Wandai.
Mr. Akili Kibe.
Yes.
Yeah, I hear you. And you make the case that as we speak, the Agikuyu people have got no political party that they could call their home. Is it that Jubilee Party is the party that was recognized as the home of the Gikuyu? That is one. Two, you have claimed that the elected leadership of the Gikuyu community are not speaking for their people. Okay, and therefore there's likely to be a problem in the coming days, months, or whatever. Why, in your opinion, would elected leaders of the region not speak for their people? And especially taking into consideration the fact that the second highest elected of person in the ruling Kenya Kwanza government comes from the Gikuyu community.
Okay, Senator Aaron.
You can go first.
Yeah, I just want to say this. And here I won't talk about Kikuyus, I'll talk about Gema. Is very well represented in the UDA party. They left en masse from a political party that was supposed to be their home and chose, rightfully so, to go to a party that they felt gave them a chance to be well represented. And let me put it here on record that the elected leaders in the Gema community within the Kenya Kwanza government and the UDA party are representing their electorate accordingly and raising concerns of their people. Gema people never keep quiet when things are not going well. They never keep quiet when their people have issues, and we've done so very well. Kibe, maybe you've not seen us in the streets, but we have a platform within government to raise our concerns, and we do that very, very ably. So please, don't make us look like we are in a comfort zone. We are working very, very hard for our people. The very reasons that made us leave Jubilee are the reasons we are now working very hard for our people.
Chair, I just have two clarifications that I'd wish. Is it your submission that we need to, and I listened to you, I think previously there was a group led by Wakili Ndegwa, on the position of Speaker of the National Assembly. Is it your assertion that we need to further add the qualifications for a Speaker of either the National Assembly or the Senate to limit their participation in politics? Because you appear to be faulting Speaker Moses Wetangula that he was a speaker, he was a member of Kenya Kwanza, and then he became speaker, and you seem to find fault. Yet on all other criteria of what it takes to be elected as Speaker of Parliament, he ticks. So is it your submission then that this committee should perhaps consider limiting members who can be Speakers of Parliament to only those who haven't participated in any political activities in the run-up to the election? Question one. Question two, last one, because really in the interest of time, is to the gentleman seated to your right, Wakili.
Yes.
Have you taken time to perhaps either read or do a study on Kenya's tax to GDP ratio and how it compares to other economies or comparable jurisdictions economy-wise? How do we fare? Are we way above, below, same? Just a comment from you on that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. To start off, Chair. Yes.
Kibe, Wakili, 2 minutes. try and just respond to those issues in 2 minutes. I know you can.
Yes. On the question of Honorable Wandai, the issues of Jubilee, numbers don't lie. A bigger portion, according to the declared figures, were in UDA, in Gema country. The other people, which includes myself, about 30% of the Gema people were also in Azimio. That minority, if today, where the majority went, they are no longer getting economic justice for our people, it becomes the obligations of that minority to be able to speak for all. Let us keep quiet. Let us not raise hula baloo for the president. That is our government. Before here, unless the newspaper and the media are not stating everything, we are yet to see where Kenya is being discussed. And I challenge them. Apart from memorandum like this, which memorandum we can be shown that elected leaders have presented and said, these are the concerns of the Gema people. I have not seen it. I challenge anyone with it to lend me a copy. I represent Governor Mbarile, and she knows we have a long history. But on this, I wish, and we are only here, Governor Mbarile, for only one reason. I would have been very happy to be in the office doing my normal legal work. But the same people who have seen a lot of us on national television speak about community issue, when they were faced with the reality that our elected leaders are not going to present our issues when